and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the agenda.
Move that we approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
I have a question about that. So I know we're dealing with the governance handbook, and technically speaking, we're supposed to, when we're dealing with the governance handbook, there's not supposed to be any action taken. So, and this is what I read in the handbook. So I just want some clarification on it, because
I'm not sure I understand.
basically, is this a study session, or is this an actual just special board meeting?
Our intent is to review and finalize the budget, or the handbook. It's on the agenda. We have both items, so we'll finalize it, make all these, hopefully get it done today, and it's on for approval. So there's a separate item. So there's an editing, working on item, and then an approval item.
So it's not a retreat, then it's not a study session.
It's just, well, we call it a study session. We can call it what you like, but typically when we don't have it, it's when we you know, you can call a retreat and whatever you like, but we set it up as a retreat to talk about these things. Initially, our agenda was also going to be, we were going to have some discussion about governance and and some boardsmanship and issues that we've talked about in the past, but I ended up not getting those on the agenda because I understood you weren't going to be here. I want to make sure we had everybody together for that. So.
Generally, we have topics like this that we don't like using at our evenings for staff or other people, because it's generally a function that is just covered in the board's responsibility. So anything like that, we put it on a Saturday so that we can sit and discuss it and just be open about, all the different topics and how it relates to the board specifically.
And I agree with that. And I was confused because right here it says no action will be taken at conversation meetings, and this is under study session. So I just want to make sure we're being consistent with what we're actually setting as far as policy. Because if it's saying that it's no action will be taken, that to me means that this is just a study session and we're going to go over this and maybe we like what we, certain things, maybe we change certain things, but at the end of the day, if there's any action taken, then it's not consistent with what the actual handbook can do. So we're approving something.
Of course, Peter, I pointed out that the handbook isn't approved, so it really doesn't have to carry any weight at this time. So it wouldn't be approved and carry any weight until you approve it. So in kind of a way, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing there.
Correct.
So we don't have a handbook at all right now. So.
Okay, so we're not gonna vote on approving it.
We are. I
Yes.
presume we are.
Yes. So,
Jesus has a comment.
Just a quick clarification, 10A and 10B. 10A is review and revise, 10B is approve if the board so wishes to.
Agenda is that way.
correct. So are we okay with the agenda as it is?
I think 10B should be removed personally.
Peter, why would you do that?
Because this says that we're not gonna take action in the study session. So I'm confused because we have a bunch of different items that relates to a special board meeting. It is totally, so if there's action items that we're taking, then why wouldn't we take action when the governance handbook says to not take action? So we're approving something that's telling us to not do what we're doing.
It's a chicken and egg thing. That is not
It carries no weight.
a law yet.
Yeah, we haven't approved it. It's not in force.
So you approve it first and then read it. Is that what I'm kind of hearing? And then you take action on it.
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
It's been a document that we've been kind of dragging out for a very long time, and with the elections coming up, I think it was prudent to ensure that this document was in effect and consistent with anybody interested in running for our board, that they could use this as a tool to get familiar with our responsibilities, our duties moving forward. So it has been something that I know Pat, Elsa, and I have had, and we've been reviewing. We just, because of all the changes we've had on the board, it didn't seem right to finally sit down and do it and get it accomplished. So now that there really won't be any movement on the board till election time, it just seemed appropriate in having our new superintendent here to also help us through the process, just seemed like the appropriate time to get this accomplished and done.
I just want to be consistent, that's all. And I'm not, I'm just,
Well, that would then set precedents. Whatever we keep here will then, once we approve it, then that will be what we follow.
and I know, and I guess the biggest context is that we have to spend plenty of time to talk about this, which is why.
Well, this is why we're doing it today.
The 9 to 3, and, I think it's good that if we have, our new superintendent, that's really important, so I'm not discouraging, I'm just saying if this special board meeting is going to include that, or if it's a retreat, then we exclude it. So there's two different things, and that would work consistent, because if it's a retreat, then it's focused on that. But, that's my view.
We can make a motion, Peter, and if it gets seconded, I mean, we made a motion already, but if you want to go ahead and do that, and if it gets a second, then we'll remove it. If it does not, then we'll move forward with is how it is presented.
So I move that we,
I'm sorry, there's already a motion and a second on the floor.
There is,
I got Elsa and Mike
right, with,
with discussion.
yeah, with discussion.
so that means I
Unless
can't
that's
make that
withdrawn.
motion.
Whoever made the motion would have to withdraw it.
Correct.
I didn't make the motion.
Also made the motion.
Elsa did.
Do you want to withdraw your motion?
No, I don't.
Okay, so we move forward with the vote. Mike, do we move forward with your second?
I'll withdraw the second to be willing to hear.
It would have to be Elsa who would withdraw the
Then I'll make
motion
it,
altogether.
then it doesn't negate it, so I'll make
Right, so then let's just
Yeah.
do a roll call vote, right?
a motion that we go to closed session. Or what?
Well, approval of the agenda
Approval of
as
the
it is,
agenda.
yes or no?
Yes.
Elsa? Yes? Yes? Peter?
No. Yes.
Okay. Public comments for closed session? Anyone? Okay. Okay, can I get a motion to convene the closed session?
I move that we convene the closed session.
Second?
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay. Which one, already?
And the TV.
I'll take the other one.
Hi, Sheriff.
Oh,
First one's always free.
Oh, my.
Not sure you want to see.
Here, or does he?
Did you see?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's you would never see anything.
Entertaining.
Right. Not my strength.
Well, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Well,
For a Saturday morning, huh?
That's right.
My boys were like, what are you doing, Mom? You're gonna go out?
Yeah, just to let them know.
Oh,
that
okay.
they're, you know, kind of what.
Okay. Are you gonna come back in?
Yeah, I'm gonna come back in.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. I'm afraid. No, just kidding.
I'll keep her entertained.
There you go. There you go.
I do have donuts in the car. Would you like a donut? Ooh, I've got a variety. I've got glazed, I've got cake, I've got old fashioned, I've got,
Do you sell fashion?
I have,
Yes.
Well, maybe. Old fashioned glaze?
I know I had chocolate, and I know I have plain.
Oh.
See,
I would love that.
See? Oh, I'm good.
Okay.
Is that our seating?
That's our seating. We can add
So
more.
Jesus, it looks like they're gonna bring our portables in pretty soon here at our school. Pretty exciting. I can't imagine what it's gonna look like.
I know, I was
I
like,
can't imagine what
oh.
it's gonna be.
I guess I'm gonna sit over here in the corner.
I don't like being in the middle now.
you're in the meeting, but it's so.
Yeah, I know. It just always looks different than what it is. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Hello.
I guess I probably should sit on the end because I'm gonna be leaving.
Oh.
So are they gonna conduct their meeting right here?
Well, they're having a
No,
workshop.
when they come back,
Yeah.
they're just gonna conduct their meeting there, not up there?
Right.
Okay. That was my question.
So you ready, Lou?
Okay.
You'll be fine.
Is there access to the restrooms this morning?
Can you go to the hallway?
Okay.
Good morning.
This is the one I go over.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
I know, right?
Ladies old fashioned, okay?
My favorite.
Oh, there you go.
The winner.
There you go.
That's my favorite.
Winner, winner.
Thank you.
winner.
That's right.
You know what, I can't wait for Jesus to see our VP and how that's gonna, work within the, I think it's gonna be a good thing.
I think it will be a great thing.
Yeah.
Jesus is either like caffeinated, which one's caffeinated?
One's cap and one's decaf, and I have no idea.
No, I promise you won't do that.
Is this coffee here or only there?
No, right there, the pumps right there that you have? Yes.
Hello. Good morning, Gabriella.
Good morning.
Betsy Bear.
Betsy Bear. The bear.
So funny, one of my best friends, her son is.
I love these things. It's
Most people can't wait. That's right.
You sure?
There you go.
Sing or dance or something.
What's on your list? We could stand up like Russell Crowe and just go, are you not entertained?
I love how she turns it out after everybody's left for the day, so if you've written plans for next week and you don't see it
I'd like to know
beforehand.
what's happening. Why? She has to be checked in before, and sometimes she throws things out. Yeah. You're more than welcome to training. That first grade meeting was like, take into account that it's different. So we must get on Thursday. We said, okay. Oh, okay, we do this, and the base of that, we're going to get that, we met some of that on Friday, Thursday evening. Of course, it's called zero. Even football team. It's good. It's not one that we can formulate. Okay. But I can read it. Right. I'm done with it.
Right. Are you going to stay with it, 35 year readers, 6 graders, you're like, yes, okay, so finish it? Yes. Okay. I know, I don't think I've ever done
You're right. No, we don't have to finish it. I read it.
That would be fun for you ladies, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
For accountability.
Every now and then, it's hard to make me feel bad, and I say,
Yes, because the moms and the little boys just totally enjoy themselves and they have a good time. They do that as much. Well, no, they do that, and especially when you put on the specific song. Yeah, you kind of have to organize them.
Right.
But I think it's cute that they come and they're with their mom. Well, you know what, the father-daughter stuff is like that. I have.
They're so fancy. I need something.
Yeah, and you don't have to do that. I'm like, next year they need to have a dinner for them. All they have to do, all they have to do. So I'm going, oh, next year they need to actually have.
From one to the other? Oh, yes, so all they have is.
Yeah, so next year, let's make sure you.
Yeah.
They were like, wow, that's come from work. They're hungry. And you know, those are sweet things. Yeah. And they were really lucky. That's our happy with. They don't even need to special, they're just, yeah, they just want to keep it handy. Like they have most. Because then.
Right, yes.
And so it's kind of. Yeah.
And
I tried to open this, I think, now there are the long schedule. So Monday, we have, like, 3 hours of this period. 3 hours is my due. And then Tuesday, we have again 8 hours of this period. So,
Oh my God. And stopped it. They had the reception at home. Like there's throwing dogs. That's in the house. And
but then you already tested your certificate, so you have to separate 3 hours Monday, 3 hours to 4 hours. Because you're getting like.
And that is. Making it up.
Because you have to 3 hours testing period. And then you have.
The dad goes.
That's why I want you to be on.
Oh, no, I don't want you to ask me. And she goes, my dad needs your house. And the, and the public watching throws up the bus and they don't have
Because we have every period.
She goes, I catch, because I was waiting for you to say something that I was a in the back.
Now we have regular stockings, but we have.
Yeah.
3 hours on Monday and 4 hours.
Yeah.
Well, no, because we don't like.
I started at
I walked back there all sitting, when I came out, it was like this, and then they were running around. Yeah.
Why you guys? 6 weeks of that period.
That's why and she finally,
She's a non-testing
she
kid.
finally got her to write it down. No, I was like, over here, I was kind of, they have very long. It seems like,
So when we, so that means that when we go to testing on,
And the
we know it's
Oh,
testing
right.
on Wednesday, So we're gonna go to Mountain. Right. No, 8 weeks. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Friday, 6 weeks. We go to the 6 weeks. No, no, the second, third, and then we have fourth, fifth, and second all last But she said this.
Where you left the car?
I couldn't open it when I got it. She said that. That worked. Like, she has something about something on Friday night, it needs to be done on Monday morning. No.
Yeah.
Basically,
no idea.
basically, it's.
What do I do? He says, no idea. What to do. I don't know. Right. And,
I hear it.
I don't
How was that?
So this is.
Cellular.
It's like.
So whatever.
Because all I find about her, finds out so loud. It's on that. And then she was quiet. They're all Well, I mean, you got.
Oh, I get it, I got that.
I was up in 15, so I had breakfast, and then I went to the gym, and I had a breakfast again, so.
Whatever.
I was there, you know what?
I don't need
It was
something.
like 9, right? She, emailed.
You are.
What it was. So we had to stop all the work, like, we had to eat for All right, so, yeah, I'm looking at you.
One of one, the other.
All right, high school. Oh, yeah, I guess that was a given, but even though I didn't say that was a given, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at you. Sorry. I'm looking at
Yeah. You joke by yourself.
For you?
What do you think I mean by this?
You said.
They fed me instead.
Good, good.
They didn't give me 3 options for entertaining.
They have one.
We're going to call the meeting back to order. I just want to read board policy or board bylaw 9324. The district may tape, film, or broadcast any open meeting. The board president shall announce that a recording or broadcasting is being made at the direction of the board at the beginning of the meeting and as practicable. I gotta learn that word. The recorder or the camera shall be placed in plain view of the meeting participants. For regular board meetings or special meetings, which today is a special board meeting, a very special board meeting, welcome to the Board of Trustees meeting. Members of the audience, you are invited to address the board on any subject on today's agenda. when the item is being addressed. To help the board conduct their business efficiently, the board asks that if you wish to address the board today, you complete a speaker's card. Present the card to the board clerk prior to the item being discussed by the board. Wait to be called upon to speak. Come to the podium, state your name. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With the board's consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for and against a particular issue, may ask that additional persons speaking only if they have something new to add. That is Board Policy 9323. Board bylaw, correct. Closed session announcements. Our first item in closed session is public employee appointment of the superintendent. Pat made the motion, Elsa second. It was unanimous to appoint our new superintendent, Dr. Lisa Andrew, as our new superintendent. At this point, we would like to take a small little recess to give Dr. Andrew the floor and be able to greet everyone if she'd like to say something.
Yes, I would.
It's on the agenda.
Yes.
It's on the agenda.
Yes.
Like I said, oh, I have to go over here.
We said,
I told them, just tell me where I'm supposed to be, what I'm supposed to do. Oh, good, so I don't have to stay tethered to it. Yes. Now we're gonna have a moment of karaoke.
Ready, Mike?
Right? Hello?
Yes.
So this is a truly exciting moment for me. First, I want to thank all the members of the board for giving me this opportunity. I'm so humbled, I'm honored, and my promise is to work collaboratively with you in continuing the success that you've already put together. And this is a very, very difficult man to follow, but I promise to stay on the trail and then blaze a new one as well. Not to fill your shoes, but to honor the shoes that you leave, and to take my steps, but always remembering the past in which you've laid down. And to all of you, thank you for those of you who were on the committee panel for selecting me to go on to another round of interviews. And again, I'm looking forward to working collaboratively with all of you, getting to know each of you, having you know me, working together. You have a wonderful, wonderful district. And all the... this cannot be posted. And that's why this is the only place I applied for. I did not spread my applications wide and broad. I wanted to come here because of what is here in Hollister and what you've done and where you're going and what's important to you is also what's important to me. And so I think there's a true alignment of our mindset and our philosophy, and I'm looking forward to journeying this with you and working together toward wonderful things for students and wonderful things for staff and for all of us, because it's us that are holding up the students and their families so that we can make sure that they're prepared for everything. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to being out and about, seeing what you do each day, seeing your classrooms, seeing your offices, seeing the buses, seeing the maintenance yard, and all of those things and learning about it. And then, of course, getting to know the kids is one of the things I'm really excited about. So, and thanks to you, Dr. Eric Andrew, for supporting me. And coming alongside of me and remembering that you wanted me to have this job. No, truly, those of you
you who do or don't know, Eric is also superintendent. So I have built-in mentorship and coaching. And as well as you're doing that, we don't do that. So, but he's truly supportive of my efforts, and it's time for me to rise and shine in our family. So I come with that support. So thanks. Let's partake. I see there's food back there and coffee. Make sure you get what you need. And I am very open. I think you can see I'm transparent. If I happen to walk by you and you're like, oh my gosh, you didn't even acknowledge me, it's because I'm somewhere up here. So please stop me and say hey, and let's both make an effort to get to know each other and to have this be a successful relationship.
Yes, we will take a quick break so everyone can introduce themselves to her. And she can introduce herself to you. Remember. Or
I know. I'm wearing those glasses. I'm sure I will. I will.
I may just have heard Enjoy your day.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to get on it before.
There you go.
I can see you. It's like, hey. Draw that boundary, okay, come on. Okay. Yes, like, why?
Yes, well, they both went to the district, one is now in ninth grade. And then my other.
Well, she was really pretty cute.
Oh, I will. I remember those days. Instead of people, be with kids that are, I'll look forward to spending more time with you. It'll be great.
Real conference, everybody.
I don't wear one, but.
Now there's like, are you here? And they're sitting like, hi. Oh, hi. It's like, and then finally they start, how they don't know it. He's like, he doesn't know, he's not in the room, right?
No, if you want to get everyone, like, he's still in our conference. He's talking, you're talking. I'm like, someone go over to Dennis Italian. Yeah, I'm like, is everyone at the CEO?
Teacher mode.
No, that's intermission of, players.
Okay, now.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, I stole your fire, it's like,
See you then, give it.
The band actually does.
Yes. I cannot believe that he did that. We're gonna have to have a little, he never does that. So I'm thinking, where's this going? And I
It's just, he's proud of you.
he is so, well, if you don't get that, he's very proud. I think the kids asked him.
Oh,
because
yeah.
They didn't come.
Yeah.
Then he's gonna have.
So he's, I think the kids said, you gotta be there, Mom, we can't be there. So,
Okay, we are back on track. We are on closed session announcement 8B, expulsion hearing number 3:15-16. In closed session, the board discussed the matter of the expulsion of student number 74075. Do we have a motion to expel student number 74075 from the Hollister School District?
I make that motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Do we have a motion to suspend the expulsion of student number 74075 to the Hollister School District? Guys, for lack of a motion. Thank you. Item 8C, resolution number 18:15-16, release of short-term staff permit teachers. The governing board of the Hollister School District acted in closed session to not re-elect the following probationary certificated employees. Employee number 41315, employee number 41361, employee number 41379, employee number 41376, employee number 40023, employee number 40978, on the 7th of May 2016, with the following votes: 4 ayes, 2 noes, 0 noes, unanimous.
Was it?
Five.
Four.
5. 5 ayes.
I was like this.
Unanimous.
We're moving around and she gets confused.
Yes. Consent items. These items are considered routine and may be enacted by the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless a specific item is removed from the consent list. Do we have a motion to approve?
I just have a question before the board.
So
Yeah, so I guess.
we'd like to pull it
It's
for
a simple
discussion.
question, honestly, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
I
so,
just don't know who Max is.
I can answer that real quickly, and then they're a healthcare organization that provides, they're a hiring agency that hires health staff. In this particular case, it'd be a
Perfect,
health.
thank you. I just thought of the magazine, I'm like that.
Oh, you're good reading it.
It's in grocery stores.
I've never been.
So anyways,
do we have a motion to approve consent item 9A? Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Okay. Item 10, discussion action items. 10A, review and revise the Hollister School District Board Handbook. Dr. McIntyre.
Okay. I just, maybe we can just kind of focus on this Google Doc that I threw up on the screen here. I mean, this is just a suggestion, suggested process. We can, it's up to, I'll leave it to the pleasure of the board. But, obviously the purpose of the meeting is to be able to finalize the board handbook. This is something we've been working on since 2013. Really, probably should be done. So we need to get it done. And we were very close, but there are some sections that we have to have some conversations about, and some process elements of it, and how you'd like to proceed. And so I'll get into maybe how we might want to proceed. But the primary goal was to finalize it and then to see if we can get it approved so that it will be ready, so that in 16-17 you can begin the year with the handbook in place, and as you establish goals and priorities for the 16-17 years, they can get memorialized into the handbook and become a part of the actual living document. So, and we'll get into some suggestions we have for how we can do that. I thought, just moving down from the purpose of the meeting, the recommended approach, my suggestion is, first, we probably should talk about how we want the day to go. We can do a couple, if we're going to look at maybe a lunchtime around 11:30, I think is what time Ann is going. It'll be ready by 11:45. 11:45. So with lunchtime as an anchor in there, breaks, we probably would want to take a break. Maybe one would just call a break if we need one. Okay? It's up to you. If that works for you, then we'll kind of move straight through to 11:45, and if we need to break, and of course I think the no suffering rule always applies. So
Yes.
somebody needs to squeeze up something, they always get up and go and come back. So with that, then you want to talk about a time to try to have things wrapped up so you can kind of, with a deadline at the one end bookending us, we'll make sure we get done. We get to that point. Yeah, you want
10:30?
I don't know if I can do it in 10 minutes.
It's up to you. I wanted to get it on at least into the conversation, so that if you have a kind of end time, or if somebody has some constraints on their calendar, then we would work around those things.
I don't have any.
I kind of like to get this done.
Okay,
Yeah.
just work till it's done. Yeah, I did have a final, well, we'll get to the final step in here. I'll get to that in a minute. So then, all right, so we'll just kind of projected time of adjournment is when done, huh?
Yes.
All right. How do you want to make decisions? This is item B here. As you move along through items, do you want to try to work through to consensus? If you have a question about something, is kind of vote on it on the spot? Do you, majority rule, consensus would say we're going to work on the language until we all agree?
Yes.
Thumbs up kind of an approach. It's up to the board, but I thought we better talk about it before we start so we could.
No, ground rules are good.
Majority.
So I think as we're getting through pieces and we're comfortable with the language, I think we need to
All be on the,
all be on board, as Jesus was saying, either yes or no, or, you know, we're hanging up on, so that way we can just continue to move through the handbook,
so
efficiently as
okay,
possible.
so consensus?
Yes.
Okay, well, and hopefully we can do it page by page, and if there's any sideways thumbs, we'll try to work through whatever the objection is.
So the consensus is not appear possible. We need to know what part can't the person that is dissenting, or persons can't live with. And then look for, their
I mean, you
suggestion
could
is.
potentially get stuck onto something.
What would be?
Yeah, the question is, what do you do if you get stuck? So,
And the whole purpose of the guide handbook is as even Elsa had mentioned, right, or I don't remember if it was Liz or Elsa, but is to, this isn't binding, this is just directive, this is just for directionary purposes to the new, you know, whoever would maybe take over as a new elected board member, right?
right, as we have new board members, we want to be able to say, this is who we are, these are the values that we believe in, these are the governance rules that we enforce, this is how we conduct meetings, this is how we interact with each other. And I see this as a basic bare bones framework that we're starting with, because in 5 years, this could look very different as I would think you continue to revise and add things to it, particularly ground rules and, you know, norms of conduct and things of that nature.
I was gonna say behavior.
Yeah, all those things. You know, I don't know if anybody would, you know, I mean, we've had, long before you were, this board was here, but we had very cantankerous board relationships, and it was very ineffective, and we couldn't get things done. So, you know, it's important to have those relationships and ground rules, and I think over time, what will be the basic framework to begin with, probably going to be added to.
And I agree with that. I mean, this is just, the whole purpose is again a guide, right? And it's to inform and to see where the board that have accepted this, where they stand on certain things or how they believe that things should work. But I just think in certain senses, we also have to be careful not to violate Brown Act issues or First Amendment right issues, right? There's certain things that, so this is what I'm saying is this isn't binding to board members. This is a guidebook. This is something that says.
This is our presidential library.
Yeah, this is how.
I'm leaving our mark.
But, you know, Peter's point I think is an important one, and the point I hear is, you know, is this inviolate? Is there something about this document that if we don't adhere to it, does it end the meeting? Is it a deal breaker, or is it a guideline? And you know, I really can't make that determination for you because you're the board, but the way I see it is we would want to be able to say, for somebody new coming to the board, this is who we are and this is how we operate, and it gives you a guidance. It gives us guidelines. I don't think we're going to have anything in this handbook that is statutorily binding, like although board bylaws and things of that nature certainly are. And I think we should look at it that the constraints that we place upon ourselves are those that we adopt into our bylaws, and those we can't violate, you know. So, or we shouldn't. And if we have issues that come up that seem that are inconsistent with the handbook, then I think we might want to say this is something we need to come back and talk about some other time with regard to our handbook. Because because I wouldn't want to say, wait a minute, this is in the handbook, and we've got to stop the meeting right now to get this resolved. That would be pretty ineffective governance.
Yeah, well, because ultimately the handbook, if there is an issue there, because it's somehow a contradiction to our board bylaws or administrative regulations or ed code, then that supersedes
Absolutely.
the handbook anyways. So again, yeah, that kind of clarifies that the intent of this, the spirit of this is to help other board members, but not to force their hand in the way that they do things, right? Because there's, again, the whole First Amendment and Brown Act. I mean, there's certain requirements that we have to fulfill about anything that we assume to be right or wrong.
Well, I think it would be important that we would put anything in here that is going to
I agree.
violate. So maybe, we need to be sure that whatever's written, it's not in violation of Brown, it's not in violation of Ed Code, it's not in violation of anything else. And that way, we're not setting ourselves up for the possibility of that.
But I have, concerns because there may be situations where a board member is elected who is very contradictory, who is not respectful of the other board members. And at that point, if they insist on calling the superintendent, the jughead that works in the big office over there, then, okay, we need a timeout here, because that is not acceptable behavior. So in that case, the handbook gives us clout to call that timeout.
Yeah, and I think the only thing I'd add to that, Pat, is because you can't, in the midst of an agenda item, you can't change the agenda item to become governance because it's not on the agenda. So, you're going to have to kind of say this document guides us, and you might have to point out the inconsistency, but you can't stop any agendized meeting and add an agendized item mid-item to talk about how we get along. So, that's
But I
one.
mean, it not necessarily stopping the meeting, but having something to back up the dignified
Right, I agree.
behavior, in another venue.
Right. It certainly does, at the end of the meeting, say, future agenda items, we need to have a meeting this weekend to talk about how we govern ourselves, or something like that. I mean, that would be how we would, I think, proceed.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, we have to be, amongst differences, there always has to be respect. There always has to be an intent to make sure that it's, whether it's through the conviction of the individual, to speak up and say what he said, in a manner that isn't undermining or belittling anybody. So I completely agree with that. The only thing I'm careful about, even in that instance, I know I would never do that, but if there was someone else elected that did have that attitude and started belittling, technically we could do what we can to try to still keep the peace within the board. But we couldn't necessarily force the hand, even if that was his whole intent of running, was to blow up the board, the people elected him. So at that point, there's a certain level of all we can do is do what we can to keep consistent within ourselves.
Yeah, but we could have disciplinary action, can't we?
Yes, there's censorship that the board can take on that individual if that is the purpose of them being on the board and continuing to disrupt the business of the board.
I've never heard of that.
There is, and it has been done here
Yeah, because
on several board members.
And I see that being at a certain point, it could be a First Amendment issue. I'm not agreeing with someone doing that. All I'm saying is, we could claim censorship, and is it really going to hold weight? I mean, when it comes down to it, we've seen what's already happening with, the Measure P stuff, or I'm sorry, not Measure P, that other stuff with that green area. It's like, as much as what they did, they thought was right, now it's getting pretty hot. And people are ultimately going to have their say, right? If they want someone in there, they'll put them in there. If they want someone out, they'll take them out. So, to me, censorship could be an ultimate self-destruct mechanism.
Well,
I know with documents like this, I think that the purpose of it, just kind of how we did the administrative handbook, it gave us guidelines, it gave our employees an idea, a foundation of what to expect. And so it's not a tool per se that, well, they're going to go back and, this, but it's just, it's something that we definitely want to create a positive foundation to work from and build. And so it's not, I don't see it as a negative opportunity or tool. If not, it's to help guide and help board members become better board members. And with communication and understanding comes, you get to that goal of improving yourself and your ability to contribute positively to our district and on what our intentions are as a board. And so, having something like this, I know with the CSBA consultant we hired, I mean, she was the one that really pushed to bring this forward for the board, because you definitely want to ensure that, there is always that level of respect. There's never anything assumed. You go back to your foundation, and it's not our individual beliefs, just like the handbook for the administrators isn't a personal belief. It's just, it is what it is. And this is how the guidelines and how we will conduct ourselves moving forward in doing business in this district.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I would have appreciated this as a first time board member. You're done with a whole lot of things, and, so there's definitely like a clarifying of thought and how so I agree with doing this. I think it's a really positive thing.
Well, so how the board will utilize the handbook, I think that's going to be something that probably also will evolve, but I think primarily we really wanted to serve as guidelines.
And clarity, because I think when you're new, you don't really know, even when you take on the role either as president or clerk or just as just a board member, you have to understand your role. And everyone else has to understand your role. I don't assume that people know what it is to be president unless you've actually held that position and you understand the responsibilities, the obligations, and so you don't want to assume, but you really want to help educate, and specifying it and putting it down just helps for that clarity to help us move forward as a united board.
Okay, so I wonder, should I, just moving on, then maybe so it sounds like we have our decision-making process in place. My suggestion is we do a real quick run-through, and we can kind of go over all of the items and then kind of get a sense of what the task ahead of us. I mean, there are other ways we could do it. You could break into groups, or you could just sit down as a group and ponder the whole thing. But I'm kind of recommending we just do a real quick go through first, and then come back and then do just if there's any kind of process issues, we'll finalize that and we'll see if we can get it done. The final thing is I did item 5 is nobody leaves until we're done. Nobody gets out of this room alive.
I'm done.
Exactly, sir. Coming out.
With Peter, one of the questions was if you weren't here, Peter, because I know initially you had something other than under calendar that maybe we want to bring it back for its final form on the 24th. One of the things we'll talk about process is what's the format. You might, whatever we do today, it won't look like it's going to look when it's published, right? You're going to have.
No, we can, I mean, just for your concerns, we can always run it by our attorney to make sure that we've not violated either board policy, Brown Act, or Ed Code, or anything, so that in case he finds areas of concern, he can bring it to our attention. We can make those, changes, and we're sure that we're not gonna be opening ourselves up for any.
I'm happy with.
Because you did bring that, and I
Actually,
would
when the
definitely
attorney-
like to
With the
have
attorney
that.
component, obviously they know the law, but I would say just when it comes down to, I lost my train of thought, I was focusing on what I was saying. But when it comes down to the whole thing, I would say at least certain things need to stay a little bit more open-ended, so it doesn't put us in a position to trip over ourselves with respect to people's First Amendments and there's nothing that I could do to make you or, Pat, I don't know why I lost your name. So Mike, Elsa, or Liz, sorry, brother.
No offense taken, it happens.
But there's nothing that I can do to force anybody to agree with me. So laws in and of themselves don't serve the purpose as much as they do behind the spirit of the people in the way that they address things. And there's a commonality with what creates respect. But one of the things could be through a healthy dialogue, right? I can disagree with somebody and still be at peace with them. And I think that's the intent of what we're trying to do. But the moment we start putting things on paper and making them seem altering in the way that we're actually we're telling you, hey, we want to work with you, but this is telling you that I don't have a choice. And then it starts violating those things that I already presume to be a freedom that I carry, then at that point, I think it becomes contradictory, and we're actually doing the opposite of what we're intending.
But then Brown Act also dictates what we have to follow, and it may be a little bit difficult because there are some constraints to what we can do and how we can engage with one another with certain things, or even the public. So we just want to make sure that, without stepping on our rights, but still within the law.
And that's a given, yeah, totally, that's a given, I mean, it's.
But not everybody would understand, or has fully read the Brown Act and know what they can and can't do. So we just definitely want to make sure that's why I said that we want boards, or individuals running for the board to know what those guidelines are, so they don't accidentally make a mistake or jeopardize anything.
With anything that we write in that sense, then I would agree, then let's reference the Brown Act that actually speaks to that specific thing. So then it's not us telling anybody, it's the Brown Act, this is supporting the Brown Act. Then at that point, it becomes a consistency. And that's really what I think is important. There's consistency.
Okay, so why don't we just a real quick go through and kind of give you an idea about what I'm thinking. What I'm kind of looking for here is the gestalt, maybe getting the whole picture first and then going back and we'll go item by item more in depth. So, starting just even beginning right with the cover, I think we've got some editorial things in here. I mean, just some minor edits, but I think we want to double check that statement, make sure we're cool with that in the box, the unity, purpose, roles, responsibility, things of that nature. I do believe in terms of the overall formatting kind of issues here, it's kind of an idea. My thinking is that we're going to get to a place where, will that banner go away? Yes. Oh, okay. That as we make changes, and the reason Jesus is here today is hopefully we can type in everything as we go and we agree on that page as it is. But one of the things about this is, obviously, names are going to change. We're going to have a board election. If somebody decides not to run, then we're going to change that. Or if somebody moves out of the district, which has happened before, something happens, then of course we have new board members. And so that will.
Our principal from Gavilan Hills and his daughter.
Goes to the accelerator. So, but anyway, my thinking is that this is going to be changing all the time. I mean, potentially. Of course, the date's going to change. I mean, next year is going to be a different thing. But my thinking is overall, we're going to want to get to where we have a core piece of this that's pretty much standard, so that the table of contents doesn't really change much unless we really substantially change something within the context. And then the goals and things of that nature, priorities will move to the end so that we can add those into appendixes, depending upon where you go, appendixes or appendices. But when I did my dissertation, they were appendixes for some reason. So, but that those things would be attached at the end, and we would always just refer to the appendix for the current goals. And we could put the current goals in Appendix A, for example, move everything else to B, C, and D, and always have current in the table of contents as the current goals in Appendix A. That's something we could talk about. But anyway, so front page, we'll kind of come back, revisit that. I kind of envision this document having as that says left blank intentionally, probably leave that blank, getting into, so that the front page, you open it, you turn it right to the table of contents, so that organization makes sense. Of course, every year we'll have to update the footer at the bottom. Ask Jesus, and he'll go ahead and make, I don't see any reason not to spell things out, so any place where it says SD, I would just assume say school district, we can afford to do that. So then moving into the next page, I do think that we're going to want to look at this page and say, is this going to stay or go? But so could you get to actual page 1 real quickly? I think we're going to have to spend some actual time with page 1, because this page was from the original date when we did it, and it was sort of like the guide for that day. well, that kind of doesn't really apply anymore. Do we really need to kind of keep that artifact as a part of the handbook, and is that something that can go? And so we'll need to visit that.
I thought that belonged in history.
Yeah, we could put it in history. How we want to deal with history, though, is another question we'll have to deal with. So,
History, like,
like how the handbook was assembled, how we got to this place, you know, do we want to keep all those things in an appendix? Do we want to let them go at all, or how do we want to memorialize the process that got us to where we are?
oh, so yeah, so it becomes like an annal, like.
Yeah, actually over time. So if there's, how did this handbook ever evolve to be this way, you would know. But at some point, you're going to have so much clutter. It's sort of like we have too much detritus here. We're going to have to kind of empty things out and kind of start fresh. So,
Yeah.
you know, that might be up to the board in 2025 or something. We'll let
If you want people to read it and use it as their either beginning a term or thinking about running a term, you need to have the meat in the very beginning, because you will get past that page.
If there's a lot of, yeah, if there's a lot of noise and yeah. And I do see this thing being posted on the agenda, or on the district's website, and available to anybody who's potentially considering running for the board. You know, so then just flipping through, we're gonna have to have some conversations about each of these 2, 3, 4, 5. I see very minor edits in all of those. The roles and responsibilities, looking at this page, well, let me get back to page 6. I think one of the big places here, maybe actually I'm going back to 5 even, is that unity of purpose at that time was around the current goals. And we kind of, I think we kind of pulled these things out of the air when we were meeting that day. I don't think we even had a real defined set of goals, because I'm trying to think of the time, we were just in the midst of reestablishing a budget, and we might have just about that time approved our restoration list, and so, you know, these were probably things that were our goals at the time, but they certainly don't seem to be applied today, and so we're going to have to think about how we want to manage this particular, kind of the historical question that Pat brought up. Okay, that would be page 5. Page 6, we'll have to talk about what we'll do with current year. Getting into page 7, roles and responsibility. These come straight out of our board bylaws, right? And so everything from 7, 8, 9, 10 are all bylaws. And while I'm talking about that, one of the things I also notice as I go through this, and from a formatting standpoint, is you know, do we want to have each bylaw running together, all, you know, just having a kind of a digest form of bylaws? We just want to have the bylaws actually just have the actual pages from our bylaws there that read better. And there is this issue of readability of the document. That seems like a separate section to me. And so we're going to have to think about, you know, I think we should have separate sections, section covers, things of that nature to kind of caveat, so it makes sense. Because right now, if you flip through the page, it just seems like kind of a running, ongoing stream of consciousness, and it doesn't really make much sense unless we kind of divide it into chapters and make some sense of it. So I would see page 11 becoming a new section, the board's 5 responsibilities. We already agreed to those. We're probably going to have to come back and are these still what we've agreed to? That was an agreement back when we did this then. And I think everything from 12 or 11, 12, 13, 14 are things that we talked about, that we agreed upon, and I think we're going to have to just read through these, and however, what process you want to do that, you know, either we read them again and digest them individually and then make comments on each page or whatever. I think we're going to have that process. Page 15, we get it. This is a very new section 2. How we're going. This is the actual meat and potatoes of how we're going to respond to things. And I think this is where we really need to spend some time. This is what we want, right? You know, so, I mean, if we're going to be allocating our time and our thinking, I'd like us to be thinking about these 2 sections, because I think this is really where we need to put most of our time and thought and make sure that this is saying what we want it to say. And then, of course, on page 19, we would get into a new section, which is our appendix, appendixes, and then we would kind of take it from there. So, as an overview, that's the document. You know, I think it kind of gives us a sense of what the task is that's before us. Any thoughts before we proceed about how we would like to proceed? Is there anything that would start at page 1 and follow our way through? Make sense?
I think.
Okay.
The layout should make sense, and it, you know, if it makes sense to us and how it's going to be presented, then that's, as we're making those changes, I think it.
I would like to be known as Mike Baldwin, not James Baldwin.
Although that is your official name.
I don't even know how to respond to it though.
I wonder if we could do James Mike or something, so the public.
J. Mike Baldwin.
Because we always, well,
Because
it
it
says Mike.
does say Mike, and,
Is that somebody else?
well, you know, James is probably what's on your certificate of election, so you know, that's what.
Well, yeah.
There we go.
All right, done. All right.
And I was playing.
Motion to adjourn? No.
Yes.
Done. I contributed.
Okay. So, this will soon not say Gary L. McIntyre or Gary McIntyre anymore, but for the purpose of 1516, it is, that's there. That will soon be changed. Let's take a minute and take a look at the unity of purpose. I'll read it and just see if that box is on the page, on the cover. So that reads, this governance handbook reflects the governance team's work on creation of a framework for effective governance. This involves ongoing discussions and agreements about unity of purpose, roles, and agreements, norms and protocols that enable a governance team to continue to perform its responsibilities in a way that best benefits all children. And the purpose of that statement is to tell people what this book is for. So I think it encapsulates the intent and the purpose that we designed initially, and that really comes from CSBA, and I think that fits what we want. So that will stay. So can we get a thumbs up on the cover, assuming that the cover is going to change from year to year with new years and James and Jesus added my middle initial, which I use things. I couldn't sign my name if I left the initial out in the middle. It would just be weird for me.
Good stuff.
Yeah, dogs and cats start chasing dogs. The world would come to an end. It's just
So you understand the James thing?
Yeah, I get it. Totally there. Okay.
Thumbs up?
Thumbs up on cover. Okay.
I don't like those.
Okay. Well, the thing about thumbs is we can do this, and if somebody's.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, if we're here, if somebody's like here, then we got a lot of work to do. But if we got this, then hopefully there's just a word or two or some, not a major secret here. So, okay, so we'll move in. The next page we'll leave that blank. That's kind of
we need to have a third one.
The table of contents, we'll just make sure that it agrees.
Yeah, that it lines up with what.
Right. And this kind of gets to the hope of what I was saying earlier is if you put an appendix with the goals in the middle of the document, and every year you change your goals, and then everything gets repagiated, and it's a real pain in the neck. And unless that changes, this could stay pretty solid. It's going to save you time later on. It's going to make more sense to the reader. To me, just put the appendixes, the things that are changing.
Yeah.
And then if there's something in here that actually changes, unless it changes the page numbers,
Everything's going to say the same.
everything's going to say the same. I think that the actual wording of this, I'm not really quite sure why some things are underlined here and some things aren't on the table of contents. And my feeling is the headings should either all be underlined or
None.
not underlined. It just seems goofy to me. But that's just me. I'm not the board. You guys do what you want.
I agree.
So, what would you like? All underlined or none?
Yeah, because I think it comes across very.
Like we're highlighting
You're just
just-
like, you're underlining specific things, it's just like, okay, what do they mean by
I mean,
that?
other things are less important.
If I had written it, I would have bolded and underlined.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing that unity of
Easier to
purpose
find.
clarity of roles and responsibility and positive culture, I guess are key words that, that CSBA was trying to call attention to, but just me, I would probably not do it that way.
What about the pages 1, 2, and 3 that were associated with previous workshops? This is governance workshop, discussion guide, workshop expectation, meeting guidelines.
That's all going to have to change because, you know, we're going to,
Why do we need that at all?
Yeah.
oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because that was just in the development of the handbook, but if we're pulling that out, it doesn't need to be there.
And start with
Yes.
the Hollister School District motto, guiding principles, vision, mission, goals as K-1, because that's where the meat starts.
Mhm.
Well, Jesus has a suggestion.
If you guys can focus on the meat and potatoes, eventually the table of contents will match the meat and potatoes.
They'll make it match.
Focus on the table of contents right now.
Right.
I'll
Let's,
focus on everything
let's work
else.
backwards.
Yeah, I
Let's
agree.
work on the
It's
meat and then
retroactive.
we'll,
Because eventually we can get the table of contents to match the ingredients.
right. And even, yeah,
Just from a formatting standpoint, I think if we have that, like, we're done with that, then we'll come back from here on, we'll get
Yeah.
into the content
because
itself.
even the gaining clarity on roles and responsibilities, I'm not sure gaining clarity, I think it should say board roles and responsibilities instead of gaining clarity in roles and responsibilities.
That would be more consistent with even what it says, actually. Because all those are by board policies, board bylaws, so it's just consistent with whatever the board bylaws already say.
Okay, so let's just jump into, the page prior to 1 is sort of like a, I think it's an introduction. I mean, I think this is a useful page that needs to remain.
Let whoever's reading this know where we're coming from. And
I don't think it should be, when this document is done, I don't think this page should be on the back of the table of contents. I think it should be the first page. So it's an introduction. If you open up the book, you flip through it, and this is an introduction to school governance, and a statement about what, I don't know if it needs a paragraph in italics at the bottom of that, but, where it says the Hollister School District Governance Handbook was developed during workshops in 2013, 2015. I mean, if we want it, I mean, that's a historical part, but do you want that to remain?
Doesn't really suit a purpose.
I was distracted thinking.
Oh,
watching the editing process.
I'm old and I forgot what I said.
I love the level of honesty. It's just like, hey, this is what's going on for me. I mean, this kind of works, yeah.
Well, we can be real formal.
Yeah.
But why?
It's Saturday.
No, at the very bottom, Pat, there's an italicized paragraph, and are you looking at the same page? This one that says begins.
For you, page 1.
It begins with italicized paragraph, says each of us must come to care. Okay, at the very bottom, there's another paragraph that says the Hollister School District Governance Handbook was developed during workshops in 2013 and 2015 with the assistance of Leslie Demersman. And it's interesting, I guess, but it doesn't really serve any purpose that will need to remain. So I would personally delete that.
Wouldn't that be part of history or something?
Well,
We chose the history section.
Yeah.
True.
Well, if we're going to deal with it, we're going to have to make that call. So because we're going to pull it out, then where does it go?
I don't see it.
If you'd like, I can just, at the end,
Put it in copy storage.
and create a little history at the end, and if we need them, we keep them, and then I can erase the reason.
That's perfect.
That works. So we'll make that decision before we get
I'm
done.
wondering why everything's in italics. Because the quote should be in italics. I get that.
But if
the
it's
rest,
in italics, it doesn't need the quotation marks.
right,
And then you put it
right,
the other way.
right.
Well,
But
it's
is everything else needs to be in italics? I guess I'm just worried about that.
it's interesting. You look at under the school district governance, the role of school boards, and it says locally elected school board members provide citizen oversight of the community schools and protect the public's interest in preserving a free and equitable public education system in the United States, period. End quote.
Yeah.
And there's
Oh,
no
it doesn't
beginning.
start with the quote, it ends with the quote.
Yeah,
And then,
so that assumes you pulled it from somewhere.
Well, we need to correct the grammar.
Yeah.
Certainly the punctuation. So I'm I wonder if these actually were quotes from CSBA or something.
Leslie worked for CSBA when she started this.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, she was a CSBA consultant.
Yeah.
So these are boilerplate. This is boilerplate language from CSBA.
We could put something, school district governance, the role of school boards, under that, put, taken from CSBA, blah, 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 and then everything else doesn't have to be in italics. It just takes away from the actual quote.
It seems like it would, I
Yeah.
agree with that. So yeah, I like the idea if we put an attribution there, we attribute it to CSBA, then we don't need to deal with the content. We've already given them credit for their work. And
And it goes back to Peter, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then it does, it goes back to
what Peter
Peter's
was saying.
concern that it's not really truly, it's an opinion of
Right.
this board. It's actually coming with a foundation and understanding from a higher
Exactly.
organization that, kind of gives us direction and guidance in this.
Peter didn't make this up last night while he was eating.
I don't know if that's smart.
so where would you put that statement, Lisa?
We could put it at the end. So you could put school district governance, the role of school boards, and put that, and then put, taken from CSBA, da, 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 da. Or you can put it right below the role of school boards and put that in parentheses above.
Yeah, that would be good.
The following is-
Lowest school board.
Yeah, the following is taken from CSBA handbook.
If you have a reference point, it really does validate a lot.
Uh-huh.
And I agree with when it comes to taking the italics and just making just change the font, then the top stands out a lot more.
Yeah, so we'll get rid of all, Jesus will get rid of all the italics on that page with the exception of the top quote. And we'll just, then below the school district governance, the role of school boards,
Take away the quote.
we can, and take away that quotation, yeah. But, you just put parenthetically, right underneath school district governance, put adapted from,
Yes.
um,
Oh, is it adapted or is it taken? It's
taken,
best,
probably taken,
Yeah.
yeah.
because it's even more powerful if it's taken, because then we didn't adapt it with our interpretation.
And maybe put those in, yes, smaller, and then I was thinking maybe parenthetically. Oh, no, I'm just actually putting
Putting parentheses around.
and maybe spelling out California School Boards Association.
Is it somewhere else?
If it is, if we've introduced them elsewhere, but well, we're all gonna have to buy Jesus something really nice after
Yes.
today, because he's the one who we always have to watch his typing, and that must be nerve wracking. It would be for me.
It is, we've been doing it in front of everybody.
Oh, Jesus, you didn't do that. All right, so the way that reads now is we have the quote at the top in quotation marks. And we've got the, I believe that, are we cool with the quote?
Now, you've got the quote, that one, and you've got the credit at the bottom to the right. I think the next one should follow the same suit.
In other words, right,
And may justify it
right, justify that, taken from CSBA.
and put it after the quote.
Right, underneath it.
So get rid of that space.
So after the United States,
Is that what you want?
justify it to the right. No, not,
No, right, you're talking about this, under the heading of the school district governance role.
mm,
Yeah, put that right directly underneath that, Jesus.
Right where I had it?
Yeah, just right, yeah, but right, justify it is all. Is that space, can we get rid of that space?
This one?
No, between the quote, or the taken from and the heading. There's a space there, just,
I put it after the quote.
So this
It's a single space.
This whole piece, Pat, is taken from CSBA. not just the United States. What they're saying is school boards ensure success for all students, boards with us collectively, that all of that is taken from CSBA. So should we put it at the very end?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can end it forever.
well, me too.
So you're saying,
Just ask my master's students. Really?
so you taking from, move all that to the bottom of the page?
Yeah, I think it can go either way. I don't have any
Yeah.
preference one way or the
Or you
other.
put it above school district governance, say the following comes from,
Yeah,
following is taken.
Well, if we're thinking in order, I mean, maybe I'm the oddball, but when I read something and then it mentions that, then I know what I'm reading, what it's reflecting.
Mhm.
If I read it first,
But you can parentheses, I mean, either the italics or the quotation marks.
It's taken.
that's good, that makes sense.
Thoughts?
I thought that taken from the school board association, belonged to the quote underneath of school district governance goals.
Everything on the rest of the page was taken from CSBA.
Right.
Okay, so it should go down below
But we said the following,
and justify that.
the following was taken. Oh, can you put was?
Didn't see that.
So,
Should be was or is. Should we make it current and active?
is, sure.
The following is taken.
Perfect.
Okay.
Well,
That's one of my issues.
are you
I'll get over
are
it.
you- Can you live with it?
Every time I read it, I'll go, but yeah.
Okay, so looking at the page in total, and Jesus, you probably fixed that footer with the SD probably already. At the bottom. Yes, okay. So we've got that. That doesn't belong there.
I would just put a little bit more space between the quote and then the following was taken, is taken.
Yeah,
Just put a little bit more space. Give me one
Unless
more.
you wanted to, like,
There we go.
yeah.
put the quote in a box, just to, where that looks aesthetically fine.
When governing effectively, in the following paragraph, does that come from CSBA?
Yep.
So, okay, then I'm happy with
Yeah.
following is from.
Yeah.
But I was,
You were thinking it was just that first piece.
we had some misplaced quotation marks.
Yeah, we covered that.
And
This one piece.
Yeah, the main thing on that page is that we're trying to say, we didn't, these are not our words. We didn't invent this, we didn't write this came to us.
But in that case, should it go back as supporting evidence to what we write?
It's more of an acknowledgement.
I think, yeah, this is kind of an introduction to the.
It's actually a little bit more, to me, it's a little bit more supporting, because if you're reading that, then maybe.
Validates the rest of everything you're reading.
Mhm. Yeah.
Nice. Everybody agree with this page? Come on, yeah, we gotta see it, Pat.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
okay. Okay.
Woo-hoo.
All right.
37 more to go.
Actually, a happy face on that page that I didn't.
Aw.
Way to go.
Okay, very good, very good. Moving into what has been page 1. This seems historical to me.
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe, you know, it doesn't serve a purpose today. So I moved it into the parking lot of historical stuff that will determine where it goes.
Page 1,
Yes, that, where it says discussion guide, welcome and introductions, agree on meeting guidelines, identify workshop expectations, that sort of,
So this was just our guiding
However, there was something on that where, in the workshop expectations, there was a bullet point down below that said, formalize how we bring new members onto the team. And I don't think that should be lost. I think that should be something that we need to address in the document.
Well, why don't we keep that? I wonder if we should actually have a parking lot. Maybe I can put it up on the whiteboard or anything that we need to come back and visit. Because right now, that's not in the handbook that I recall.
No, but I mean, it should be.
So let me just write that on the
It is,
whiteboard.
the next page.
How we're gonna bring in new board members?
No, it just talks about learning from the past.
Right, and I think,
We can do it. Sure.
There's,
Oh, there's.
You know what?
so, Pat's issue, and it's, I think is very valid, is if our expectation back then was we're gonna formalize how we bring new members onto our team, we might need a section in here somewhere to say,
Here's that.
when new members come on, we'll hold a meeting to brief them, or the
Or
superintendent.
even just sit down and kind of go through the handbook with them and answer any questions they may have. Because it does, I mean, you can still read this and get your own interpretation of it, because you don't know what you don't know.
Right, yeah, so I think we're gonna have to come back and talk about how we're gonna handle all that, and so I don't wanna get lost in it right at the moment, because we're gonna come back and we'll visit it, and where will it go?
Right.
You know, so, it is a very legitimate, because it kind of gets to the heart of why we had the handbook in the first place.
I was gonna say, to me, it's, just reading it, it almost sounds redundant unless there's clarification.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, looking for all of you, you came on board and you kind of like, you know, I mean, we had our little evening workshop, which we always do. We bring potential board members into an evening workshop. We go through, you know, stuff about the district and so forth, but we have a process. Maybe we should formalize that, and we'll put that in here.
Well, and that, well, maybe it's just because when I read it, it means something different to me, because when I think about what you're saying here is, to me, that the whole intent is to clarify that there's a process, and this is the process. When I hear formalize, how we bring them board members, I mean, that could be a kumbaya session, you know, a rah-rah session, you know, what does that mean?
It could, and that's what we have to come back and talk about. Yeah, and I think it's just, right now, it's a statement, but if we eliminate everything else on this page, and it all goes away, then we will lose that. Bless you.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, so we don't want to lose that. If we take and cut the whole thing out, we'll lose track of the fact that formalizing how we bring new board members has never been discussed, and we may have never talked about it again. So that's now in the parking lot. We'll visit that before we get done for the day and figure out where we'll go. The existing, so if we're all okay, then
Yes.
this page will be deleted.
Yes.
But it's
Just figure out
moved into
where.
the historical remnants page. Okay. What is page number 2 is kind of a widow at this point. I'm not quite sure what to do with it.
Well, it's kind of the same, it's a continuation of what we were trying to accomplish with that one workshop, and kind of carried into the meeting guidelines and how we wanted to engage one another in
In the
meeting.
process of doing this.
Yes.
But my question is, do we want to lose sight of how we're going to do that, period? I mean, how we're going to, is it in here elsewhere, how we will conduct ourselves, or? It may
You have it
be.
in your guiding principle. Where did I see it?
Oh, it was probably one of
Guiding
these
principles.
with the text box. Right?
You have it in
Supports structures and processes, public comments, studies.
creating a positive culture. So I'm on page 13. A bit of that.
Maybe this speaks to, on that page later.
And also the 5 responsibilities on 11. We establish an effective and efficient structure for the school district, and you have provide support through our behavior and actions. There's a little bit of there. There may be an opportunity to incorporate onto what you already have.
Could we take just take what is on page 2, because I'm looking at it, it says, we agree. You know, and that's powerful, it says to me, that we agree that we will work toward the future learning from the past. We'll listen to everyone, what others have to say in order to understand before responding. I mean, those are really important core beliefs and values in how we're going to conduct ourselves. We're going to speak to one person at a time. We're going to focus on professionalism. We're going to, you know, reserve creative solutions until the issue is completely understood. We're going to develop complex insight. Can we, you know, those all seem to me to be important.
Well, it kind of falls into 13, building and sustaining trust among board members.
Yeah.
It's the same topic we agree
This is
to.
so highlighted, it's such a core, it's fine. You can have stuff in here that's a little bit redundant, but something like this is like, here it is, done, you know.
This might have been for that meeting.
Yes.
Would
I think
do we,
so.
would we want it to go away?
No.
No, not necessarily, but I think it could be incorporated in 13, because certain things that are redundant, I mean.
Yeah.
You kind of,
Yeah.
it's almost, yeah, you do the same thing, then you kind of lose focus.
Yeah, I think taking this and just cutting and pasting it into 13, I think
Somehow.
yeah.
Then at that point,
Then the whole page,
That's you.
It's all done.
You're next.
Yeah, what's going on
Something,
now?
there's something, oh, yeah, something.
Oh, it's a Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's it.
So we'll cut and paste that into page 13, and then we will eliminate that page altogether.
Yeah.
I had something that
What's the header on?
as,
What's the header on 13?
Creating,
More-
sustaining
more
a
like-
positive culture.
guidelines with
That
the
one.
purpose of the board versus the immediate expectation. I'm not sure my notes were. We're here to approve, disapprove, or disapprove the direction for the whole program and not the administration of the program.
It's torture racks.
Sometimes we get
Yes, yeah.
stuck in how it's going to be accomplished versus whether we should do it or not.
Mhm.
I'm thinking of the HDLA, you know, we were going to vote to, no, it was Cal Bears. We were going to vote to make it a priority school. And we got hung up on how we're going to let teachers go or not join them or versus, you know, bringing others in. I mean, that goes more to the role of the board
Mhm.
than meeting guidelines, but
I'm wondering if it goes on page 11, under performing the board's 5 responsibilities, if it fits into one of those. Because what you're talking about is your role is the strategic role, not the tactical role. Okay? So there's a strategic role, the tactical role, and the operational role, right? And so I think that's really important. I think it's very important to identify that, especially when people want you to get into the tactical role, right? But you want to make sure that you all stay in the strategic role. Yeah. And I'm wondering if it fits in one of those areas.
it's a good place
Yeah,
to bring it up.
okay.
If you want to try to bring it when we get to that section. Pat?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm working on the 2 copies. One copy that was from probably a year ago, and I had written notes.
Okay.
Then this copy that we got today, and they're not exactly the same.
Then let's move to page 3. I think we eliminated 2. 2 was that meeting guidelines piece that will move on. So we'll then eliminate that header and that, all of that. And then we're going to, what will become actually page 1 now, I think, is going to be about the Board of Education for Hollister School District. This is just an information thing, kind of. The point of this was, when Leslie was here, was to talk about, and this will have to be updated fairly regularly, but is to kind of talk about letting people know that the Hollister School District, the the role of the board is governance of a large corporation. It's a business. We have purposes, and there's a lot of things that we're managing, and there's a lot of moving pieces, and I don't even know if we encapsulated everything. The only thing I asked Jesus, and Jesus did go ahead and update this. This is current for the current year. Our current budget is around 55 million. I think it's probably closer to 60 million next year. The citizens, that was from the estimate in 2013. For this current year, 5330, but that's exclusive of our charter students. So we house well over 5,600 kids. And I want to add something about the charter somewhere in here. I have it at the bottom right now. Public oversight for education students who are not required to begin with us in transitional kindergarten or to remain within our school district through the 8th grade. That doesn't seem.
Well, we do have transitional
We
kindergarten.
do, yeah, but why does it say? I guess I'm being thrown off. Why do we need a not? Provide public oversight of education for students. Why don't you say from kindergarten through the 8th grade?
Right.
It doesn't seem clear to me. But I don't know what your thinking is on that particular area. Provides public oversight of the education of students who are not required to begin with us in transitional kindergarten or to remain within our school district through the 8th grade.
I'm a transitional kid.
I'm not quite sure what that's saying.
Yeah.
It's like a double negative.
It's a little complicated. I mean, why doesn't it just say provides public oversight of education of students from transitional kindergarten through the 8th grade?
To me, is that saying that you have a responsibility to all students that live within the district boundaries, not just those that show up that are attending the schools? That's how I read that.
Could you offer a suggestion for how that would work better?
I'm wondering why,
This was.
okay, so what is it trying to say there? So what's an example of us providing public oversight of the kids who don't? Okay, so that would be the kids in the charters, or is that, no, we still have public oversight over them? Like, who are we talking about there?
Here's your hand.
Well, not all the kids come to TK to us.
Right,
They're very small.
right, but it's more than TK. It's TK and remain within our school district boundaries through 8th grade. So maybe, are we talking about the kids who go to private schools?
Or the migrants.
Yeah, we got migrant.
Yeah, so.
So if you say and or.
Who are these people?
I know. We're here to
Anyway, we don't know, nobody else is gonna know, right? So-
Exactly.
Sorry, Ann was taking away food, so I decided better.
I'll give you some more for you.
So if I eliminate lunch, would that work? No, take those away.
But we're not responsible for the TK that are going to a private school.
Well, this doesn't include preschool, it doesn't include.
You're the best,
I
yeah.
mean, we're responsible for the entire community for everything, private schools, everything.
Right, so I think, is that what we're trying to say here?
Why not just leave it as provide public oversight of the education of our students?
And
Yeah. Provide public oversight of the education of all children within our district boundaries. Yeah, we have to be able
So
to.
Calvary and
we provide Title I services and support,
Yeah.
special education support. And we're the provider of everything. We don't teach them, we don't hire the teachers or anything, but
But if they need it, we have to provide.
yes.
So we have to know that there's a school-age student in that house. How are they getting educated? private, are they going to charter, are they homeschooled? We have to know that. I think that's what that's saying.
So,
So I'm wondering,
We provide public oversight of the education of students within our school district,
Within our boundaries.
within our school district boundaries.
within our school district boundaries.
Yeah, period.
yeah, period, and just leave it at that. You know, yeah. Through the 8th grade, we should probably
But
say.
yeah, through the 8th grade, I like that. Yeah.
And then that's,
He had to take a potty break.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Because technically speaking, it's support, right? I mean, it's how, like you said, it's Title I, so it's oversight and support. So it doesn't have to necessarily, because there's different,
Yeah, there's something, it's different oversight. and-
depending on what it is, if it's a private school or, you know, the charter school, like, AAA. So,
All right.
We didn't want to lose our train of thought.
Okay. And you're like, what?
you go home and say,
What? Oh my gosh, okay. So we're trying to say, I think, provides public oversight of the education of all students who reside in our district boundaries through 8th grade. No. Provide public oversight of the education of all students through 8th grade who reside in our school district. Where were you when I was writing my dissertation?
Now, I have a question about,
Within our school district
the
boundaries.
kids that are
And-
identified early on, say at 18 months for being autistic.
Here's them.
Are they part of the district's responsibility, or are they part of the county's responsibility?
Hours,
Ours.
How do we go about identifying?
child find, and there's a variety of child find strategies that we have in our CELPA, but we're in,
Okay.
so.
The doctor, when they go to the doctor, when they go get tested, and the doctor probably says to the parent, hey, this is what's going on, go to your local school district to find services.
Yeah. You need that word?
Provide public oversight, that, we want it provides public oversight.
I would say if you put public oversight and or support,
Well, I like that.
because then it kind of.
It's more than just being,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just, and it depends, right? I mean,
Yes.
what the scenario is.
What is public oversight?
That's what I was saying.
Why not just oversight?
Yeah, that's-
I'm not quite sure what public oversight is.
Because it's a public, you know, public school system. Technically, everything within it is public, you know, like head code and everything else, it's all.
So is it redundant then to have public in it?
Redundant,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's redundant.
Maybe it needs to be there for the
I think
general person
legality.
realizing that.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
would
because
say,
there's a
We're a
private
public
school.
institution.
Private school
versus
oversight
private.
is different.
I think it might be in there for legality.
Yeah, let's leave it.
Provides public oversight and support of the education of all students through 8th grade who reside within our school district boundaries.
Love
I
it.
like it.
Look
Move
at
on.
us.
All right.
All right,
Love
yes.
it.
Woo, okay.
Not and or support.
Well,
I think we do both.
it's hand in hand.
And support.
No, it can't be and or, because we're always gonna provide them oversight. Because we put and or, then we're saying that it's either oversight or support.
All right,
Does that make sense?
that makes sense.
Yeah,
We have, that would be kind of days off the hook for.
right.
Right.
For suggesting.
Yeah.
Okay, provides a state preschool program for approximately 74 students, that's currently, our biggest problem is getting people to enroll.
Yeah.
Qualifying, getting them to enroll.
Well, yeah, that's qualifying too, and that's just our state preschool, that's not our migrant preschool.
Correct.
Now, this is a page that we're going to
Okay.
Will be changing.
update every year
Yes. Yeah, because the budget
And we're gonna
changes,
keep it-
numbers change,
in the context of the
the history.
body of the, Because I mean, everything.
Well, at some point, you might push into 2 pages, but at this point, this is where it is. Oversees the education of students who speak more than 15 primary languages other than English, and who come to us with a wide variety of backgrounds and readiness for school. Responsible for about 276 classified and 315 certificate employees at 11 different facilities that are all maintained by the district staff. Negotiates annually with 2 employee unions. Our percentage of managers and administrators to other staff is 5.121%. Our managers manage 4 to 5 times the employees that private sector managers manage. Provides Title I Supplemental Education Service, SES, for 291 students, and After School Education and Safety, ACES, for 450 students in the 15-16 school year. Provides for the serving of 5,806 meals, breakfast, and lunch, and after-school snacks every day. The only thing is I don't like about that precise number is it sounds, then it kind of sounds like just 5,806, not 5,807 or 5,805.
Over 5,000.
Or nearly 6,000, provides for the serving of nearly 6,000 meals daily. To me, that would be, it just seems so lockstep, and then that's not reality.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Breakfast, lunch.
Okay, I think you're right.
Breakfast, common lunch, and.
I would just say breakfast and lunch.
Yeah.
Just get rid of the numbers. Am I getting it
Yeah.
too presumptuous here?
No.
So breakfast and lunch, and, and after-school snacks.
And you can take out that second parenthesis and put it at the very end, and take out the 670 snacks.
No, because after-school snacks is a separate thing. And after-school, and you can get over, almost 700 or, I don't know.
So you're gonna take out the number, you should take them all out. That's what the 6,000.
Yeah, there's either we say nearly or, over 670 snacks every day or something like that. Make it a more generic number so it's the, somebody's gonna hold us to it.
Yeah.
There you go.
So nearly 670, around 670, something.
Maybe 700, closer to 700.
Approximately.
No, nearly 700.
Okay, all
That
right,
gives some wiggle room.
I got it. Okay. Sees that transportation to and from school is provided daily to 373. That could have changed by now.
We got these numbers 2 weeks ago from,
Okay.
I think we can, provides Title I supplemental education, we can take off the 15-16 school year, because this is all 15-16 school year.
That's true.
So just take off from students on, take off again.
And then I would add another bullet saying provides fiscal oversight in school facilities for an approved charter school and school facilities.
And school facilities.
No, fiscal oversight and school facilities. No, and school facilities.
After
oversight.
After oversight.
There, yeah.
Are we not,
And school facilities.
responsible in some way for the curriculum educational component of
That's
charter school?
Well, why don't we say fiscal, you're right, you're actually fiscal and educational oversight. We have to approve their program. We don't tell them how to teach, the only thing is, but when they submitted their charter, they had to show us that they could do it, and we have to keep checking to make sure that they are doing it.
Right.
So I think it is prudent to say fiscal and educational oversight and school facilities.
My sister used to go out and inspect charter schools in Washington, D.C., because their school district requires all the charter schools undergo surveillance and
Monitoring.
yeah. I mean, so Under the California requirement.
School facilities.
Oh, shoot, charter for a district, for a board-approved charter school.
Actually, one of the highest achieving schools in the state. It is.
I have some questions.
Yeah, numbers don't lie.
I just don't, I think numbers can be manipulated. I mean, I know they probably do a very good job. I don't know that they do that much better.
I don't know if that's part of this
Yeah,
conversation.
we'll say, we'll put that in the parking lot, yeah, we'll deal, no, just keep it off the parking lot. All right, so with that,
We've got too many hands in here.
provides physical and educational.
Educational,
Yes,
comma, instead of and,
physical
comma.
educational oversight and.
No.
No, it's supposed to be physical and educational
Yep.
oversight is one thing,
Um,
and school facilities is another.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any way of doing it without that.
Okay.
But I see exactly where you're going.
Unless we do,
You're allowed to do that when you change topics.
right, which you don't have to.
No, stay consistent with.
Yeah, let's do it that way. Can we, give a thumbs up on this page then? Okay.
Woo-hoo, page 4.
Oh, can I ask you about something? This is formatting, this is kind of a fussy thing, but, in a title case, I know this is really, you dig deep into the weeds, but I agree with the blue underline.
Yeah.
That would be a lowercase 4.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, and now it fits on one line.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, we're good.
So title, we have Title I,
Mm-hmm.
we don't want to do anything on,
No, it shouldn't be.
Board of Education is a title, and so that remains, it stays that way. It's a proper name.
You don't want to do something with Title III?
oh, because I mean, we brought in Title I, and I'm just curious, why just Title I and not the other pieces to it?
There's so many other parts.
You know, because you have $1 million budget for migrant. That's huge
Should be,
in this
you're right.
district.
You know, I think, why don't we come up with a generic statement that we can support? I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but if you wouldn't mind if we would put a placeholder in a.
How many migrants we
how many-
serve, you know, because we have over 1,000 in this district.
The district provides migrant education to over, you know, as a
And it says,
nearly $1 million budget to provide migrant education for students from preschool through 8th grade.
Mhm.
You have to pull out all the numbers on all the different titles and things.
Well, we're only talking Title III here on migrant.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, there's so many federal titles, and what we really kind of do is try to talk about what we're providing and kind of the size of the organization, because that adds to the size of our budget. I mean,
It does.
substantially. And it's probably not known is that we're one of the largest migrant programs
In
from
our
San
region.
Francisco all the way down to.
Right, I didn't know
So
that. So I
Region 1,
researched.
Hollister School District
Yeah.
is the biggest contributor to, in our region, as Region 1, they're at the top.
Did you want to make that a statement, or did you want?
Yeah, I think-
Specifics?
A bullet point, yeah.
How
So,
about if we put it right underneath Title I?
yeah, I like
So
that.
where it says provides Title I, put provides Title III, migrant, education, services,
But, I mean, it's MEP, Migrant Educational Program.
right, there you go. For da-da-da-da-da students,
It'd be it's over 1,000.
for over 1,000 students.
We'll just put that for now, we'll double check it.
Mhm.
We just kind of highlight, we'll just put over 1,000, over 1,000 students,
Mhm.
and
Make it, yeah.
then we'll highlight it.
I mean, we get credit for 3 and up, but they're actually on the books from age 0.
Mhm. Yeah, but why don't we just say for preschool? I mean,
Preschool through 8th grade.
For preschool through the 8th grade, because I think the preschool is an important piece.
You know, you're the only district that provides summer school for migrants,
Yes, we do.
completely funded by migrants.
Probably have to say including preschool. So, migrant education program met. Well, it might not come up again, but.
Right.
Could you add a space after mess?
Thanks for bringing that up, Liz.
Really important.
It is.
I don't know if you want to incorporate the summer program that you do for them within that, or, because that is the only summer school we provide currently in this district.
The special ed,
Yeah.
extended school year. Yes, right.
In that same phrase, can you add which includes summer school?
Good.
Yeah.
That way you don't have
Yeah.
another word by itself.
Including or something.
I think it's something like this.
Okay, yeah, okay, parenthetically of it.
Include summer school or including summer school?
Okay. All right, we may think of other things, but, and I think this list will probably grow, and it just, there's a lot of things that we do, and we want the public to know. All right, so, thumbs, we'll double check the 1,000 students, but thumbs on the page. Okay, moving on. Unity of purpose begins with our district guiding principles. These were board approved many years ago, last year. Many years ago, like 2011.
It's one of your first official
It got, yeah, we did,
activities to
yeah, it was pretty early on.
put together.
We did this. So goals, these guiding principles we identified first, and the guiding principles served us in our work to develop the goals and everything else in the vision statement, the mission statement. So we felt we needed guiding principles first, and that is what we did first. And then the only thing I would add on the Hollister School District vision statement, it does not say, the board did not approve a peaceful. It is, our school district is an extraordinary learning community, is the currently adopted vision statement. And believe it or not, we spent a month.
I know.
On that. It took a long, because what they wanted to capture was that the vision is, we will know when we've got there, we labored over will be, or has become, or and they said, no, is. That's our vision. We are an extraordinary. You know, when we've gotten there, then we've achieved our vision. And so they, believe me, that we finally got thumbs up on that and moved on. I think everybody was just sick of talking. But it wasn't.
They were no longer peaceful.
They were, it was getting to that.
Which is why it wasn't included.
But our district is an extraordinary learning community, is what is board approved.
Did you, in the top section of Hollister, the guided principles, did you want to put anything about the positive discipline
Well, it wasn't there. I mean, that was what.
process that was beginning?
We have
And that's the correct.
adopted it as of this year, 15-16. If we do bring it forward, that would be something we would bring in as 16-17.
Yeah, we will, and that's good. That's a good point, though, Pat. I mean, because I think what you're referencing is our belief statements, which are, I don't know if I can pull it up real quickly. We can take a look at it and just see, do we want to put this?
We acknowledged those at the meeting and accepted them.
Yes, we did.
Let's just see if I can find that. Excuse me, asking.
Like, wow, they changed a lot since I was there last.
That was Pacific Police.
Wow. Oh, it's been a minute. Better be over there.
I don't think I'll ever be there. I just appreciate the picture.
There we go.
And China. Indonesia.
A lot of times you can tell by the name.
And Randy.
I think this is kids. I'm gonna throw this on there real quick. I don't remember if we did the We Done at the Hollister School District. I don't think that delivered that, but the gist of it is that our beliefs, and this should just be our beliefs. This is coming from the Hollister, from the Positive Discipline Committee, but this formed the basis for what we are. And I have to pull up, because I don't think this is what we brought to the board exactly in format, but this is the gist of it. That these are the core beliefs. We understand all students have the right to be treated with respect and dignity, to be affirmed that they always matter, be confident that staff will not give up on them, be treated with fairness, to help them be successful, be shown how to follow clear rules with reasonable consequences, and be emotionally, socially, and physically safe in school. We believe all students deserve disciplined strategies that guide them to make better choices, are opportunities for learning social skills and tools that help them create healthy habits, are consistent and which provide appropriate consequences, are implemented to change and improve student behavior in ways that promote a positive school culture, give every student repeatedly the opportunity for a fresh start, and teach students to take personal responsibility for their actions. We expect all staff to understand and practice student discipline that involves not taking student behaviors personally, that guides students towards self-improvement rather than gratifying staff and parents. And which was, we said that particularly because we got to get rid of this idea of, oh, that little guy's going to have to, he needs to be out of here. I don't have anything, right? So that kind of stuff. But involves a range of systemic interventions and positive behavior strategies tailored for a specific situation, recognizes that some students' behaviors reflect their social needs, encourages students to understand and confront underlying causes of misbehavior, and never gives up on. So, you know,
I just switched it over from put mine as on the board.
okay, we do?
So I-
Yeah, let me,
that one.
okay,
So this is the one I went with.
okay. So it's pretty similar.
And that's something that we're striving to develop positive discipline for our students.
My guess of the question is, does this have a place?
I would see it, to me, personally, in the Hollister School District goals, because it's gonna be an overhaul of our system completely with every single person involved. So, when you're talking about something like that, you're talking about all students will be high achievers. You know, all schools will be, you know, PLCs and technology and safety, and I think this should be a bullet to go there as far as this component of positive discipline, and it's going to be a focus for our district, bringing it forward. That everyone is going to be, everyone has to have the same vision for this to be effective.
But, and those are goals. The intent of this was that this would be beliefs, that we're all saying we believe. You know, in fact, I kind of feel like that thing should say the Hollister School District believes.
Teaching them to believe.
Well, this is not about, this is what we as adults believe. You know, we believe that students have these rights and that we have these obligations and that adults have these responsibilities, are all pieces of what we believe, so that we can point to behaviors or practices that are inconsistent with our beliefs. And the committee felt very strongly that if we didn't identify our personal core beliefs, that as a district we're saying, this is who we are, this identifies the nature of what we're about. If we really didn't state that explicitly, then how could we tell people that their practices were wrong? And so that was a good part of the work of the year was working on the belief statements, the beliefs, and that by adopting them as part of, by the board adopted, it says this is who we are, it's part of the identity. And it also then provides strength for us as we say, well, what practices can we incorporate that are going to, okay, now that these are enshrined, be consistent with those enshrined beliefs. And that was another key purpose here.
So would that go under the school district guiding principles?
Well, yeah,
In one
but it
sense,
certainly, it seems to fit to me the unity of purpose.
Correct. How would you put it in one sentence?
I would say disciplinary beliefs, then maybe a heading, unity of purpose, Hollister School District.
Yeah, it has to have its own.
It would have to have its own standalone heading, just like.
This is more philosophical in content, and
It is.
the effect is more about getting this to be part of the perspective of all the under the Hollister School District banner. So at that point, you start reflecting on that philosophy and how the policy, relates to that.
Would it go after mission?
Yeah, I kind of wonder if it even actually goes after goals.
You want to put a discipline thing after goals?
Well,
There's room enough on the bottom of the page.
I think we should go with the guiding principles, kind of philosophy.
oh, above that?
Guiding principles. 'Cause it's kind of like framing it, it's kind of like the Declaration, framing the vision, and then you get to the Constitution. Really.
Good thought, because I think what you're saying is kind of the preamble to the Constitution.
Yeah.
You're saying, now that this is what we believe, and these are our guiding principles, therefore, our mission statement is, our vision is this, our district goals. Lisa's being really quiet, I have a feeling she has something.
Because
thought.
it's something that we're going to be guiding the staff, the students, and the teachers, and everyone to become part of their.
Changing the culture.
Yes. We believe in a culture of positive.
So I think you already have your belief statements and your guiding principles, right? Because you say we believe, right? So, and it is a mindset. It is a way of thinking. So you're definitely on the right track of that, even though we believe that mutual accountability leads to student success. That sounds more like an action, and I think that's probably what we're grappling with. And where we believe that each student is everyone's responsibility is a mindset, is a philosophy. We believe in community advocacy for a whole child. That's an action. So I think that's why there's a mixture in those guiding principles of philosophy and of things that are more action oriented. And so what I'm hearing you say is you would like something to stand out about your philosophy and about this is our overarching mindset. And when you look at the discipline, the positive discipline statement, those are a mindset.
They're intended to be.
Yeah. And however, we understand all students have the right to, those are actions. Believe all students deserve discipline strategies that, those are actions. And we expect all staff to understand and practice student discipline that, those are actions. So I'm sitting here quietly because I think what you're after is a philosophical statement about the overarching mindset that folks need to walk around with about kids.
Yeah.
And all of this leads to that. If you do these things, this must be the mindset you have, right? So I'm trying to synthesize it. I get what you're after. You're like, this is philosophically what our gut is. This is what we're about.
Sounds like we need to pick it apart a lot more.
And I have a statement or a question, I don't know what it is, but because we believe it doesn't mean that it's gonna happen. What needs to happen is that they have to buy into it. And our community, our parents, and our students have to buy into it. So how do we phrase that so it can camp us up?
Well, and I think the initial thinking was that if we never said it in the first place, nobody would know it, nobody would even begin to think about it, right? So we've got to start getting it out there and be explicit about it. And from there, it's our charge to make sure, to help others to understand this. As we deal with student discipline, and a parent comes in and says, my kid got clobbered, and I want him to punch him back, or I want you to suspend this kid for life, or whatever. We're going to say that's inconsistent with our beliefs, and here's why. And so that was really what that was about. So it's going to come up, I think it's going to be an ongoing process of involving the community. And the more we enshrine it other places, in a variety of places, it appears, it shows its relevance and its sense of.
Yes.
What if we just arranged it differently on the guiding principles? According to philosophy, action.
Well, and I think when it comes down to, what Dr. Andrew was mentioning is there's certain things that are actually, I believe are inviolable, right? So there's specific things that, again, I referenced the Declaration, we hold all these truths and these self-evident. So there's a certain like everybody's on the same page attitudes. We all agree that this is the reality, right? That, embracing the uniqueness of every child. So that's something consistent. But then so when you make that declaration, then you follow through with your explanation of, which is kind of how I read the declaration. So when I see that, and if there's specifics, then it's is it something that we can all agree that it's inviolable, or is it something more of a because when we say believe, then that could easily be subjective, and then that's where we get confused. Is this subjective? Or is this actually objective? So if there was a declaration, so there's something consistent, and then that's what we get into how these things are supported by. It's an automatic buy-in if it's consistent. I believe.
And I'm wondering if the district goals are a manifestation of that philosophy, the specificity. So this is how we're interpreting that every student, every day, by name and by need will succeed. And I could go down to my goals, and you would see specifically what that means.
Yeah.
That connection. I mean, when I say I'm wondering, it's truly wondering. And then if the onus is on us to make that connection for folks. Correct. Like, for example, our goal of of positive discipline of blah, 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 is how we are defining every student every day by every need. Okay, I will memorize that, and I'll get, And so, I will tell you, when my organization made the announcement about me leaving, my boss cut and pasted these into the email. My organization found these so powerful and said, is this not the place that we would all want to go and where Lisa can hit the ground running if this is what they believe? And I share that because when other people read these, they are highly touched, moved, motivated. So I also don't want to take away from the power of those. And I know I'm just putting more mud into the water.
I was just going to say.
But this is why I was quiet. So I was like, ah.
Well, I mean, it's a clarification, right? The more we we actually get down to a consistency with how
Yes.
everybody perceives these right when we read them,
Mhm.
then at that point we can be a lot more successful in implementing.
Yes.
Where I used to work, we had mission, vision, and core values. Where the mission was to provide healthcare for people, whatever.
Thank you.
And the vision is to see the community.
And,
And then
and
the core values were excellence, dignity, service,
the
justice.
taco salad on the table was an absolute smash.
Oh,
It
amazing.
really- Oh, man.
I think
That
that's
was
a
nice.
personally, I think
People like
the
my
mission
neighbors.
goes on top.
Oh, really?
That was awesome.
And then the
Oh,
vision.
that's awesome. Everybody's got this. Man.
Guiding principles, and then the goals.
So that's how I've seen it as well.
Yeah.
And when I've done strategic
I
planning
know what to
with
tell you now,
folks,
that
that's
that
exactly
really
how,
went over well.
is that your mission,
Good,
vision,
good. I'm so happy.
your core values or beliefs, which I think that's what we're really talking about here.
Right.
And then you have your goals.
But we only have this one core belief that we're discussing. And I mean,
Yeah.
there's gotta be more.
But I like
So
that
I mean,
order.
if we
Yeah.
wanna put the positive discipline someplace as a placeholder, to spend more time talking about how we're going, to define our beliefs or our core values.
Let me offer this. We haven't done the final approval on those beliefs. And the part of those beliefs is that they are intended to guide our actions for student discipline. Right? And we kind of feel like they need to be approved so that we just didn't make them up. Like people, the principal sits down and tells the parent, these are our beliefs, and that action you're asking me to do is inconsistent with who we are and what we're about. It only carries weight because the board says so. Because the board has adopted these and says this is a part of who we are. So I think it needs to be somewhere. I mean, I don't think but since they're not yet in final form, and they will be, but I still believe we gotta kind of do some tweaking on the language, because I don't really like we, the Hollister School District, believes.
Right.
There's something about, I don't like the format of that, but I do like the idea that we are very clear that when it comes to student behavior, this is what we believe, because we have to be able to help everybody to understand what's consistent, what isn't consistent, and when you're doing something that doesn't fit, we don't punish you, we don't yell at you, we don't point you out or humiliate you, but we help you to understand that we need to try to work within these beliefs. So that, I don't want to, my explanation is so wordy because I don't want to take those apart. I think they stand as a unit of thought that is intended to drive student discipline. And they'll need to be someplace, but I'm wondering, do they need to be on this page? And I asked that as a question, not.
I'm kind of seeing where Dr. Andrew mentioning, they almost seem like when it comes to the guiding principles, to me that if that was, and actually what Pat was saying, if that could actually be mission. And at that point, all these different things could relate to the very mission of the district. Personally, I'd like it to be more, as a Hollister District community, right? Community tends to have more of an inclusive attitude, but, I don't know how you would frame that, but, and then with what you were saying, Gary, that could be also tied into it being a mission, and so basically, Hollister School District mission, and then keeping those, because I think they are powerful, but then somehow integrating the positive discipline to see how consistent it can be, where maybe you could add some or basically include them together, like maybe they can only, because you might have some redundancy there, certain things that actually say the same thing, then it would be a little bit less complicated, because there's a lot there when it comes to positive discipline, so it could easily confuse.
Let me read it aloud to you if we were to reorder it, okay? So if we were to reorder it, this is how it would read. Our school district is an extraordinary learning community. We prepare each of our students for future success. We believe that every student every day by name and by need will succeed. We believe in embracing the uniqueness of each and every child. We believe partnerships among all stakeholders must be valued and respected. We believe in community advocacy for the whole child. We believe that each student is everyone's responsibility, and we believe that mutual accountability leads to student success. Our goals to obtain this are all students will be high achievers. All schools will be composed of collaborative teams whose members work interdependently to achieve common student-centered goals for which members are mutually accountable. Technology and innovation support educational programs for diverse learners. I would say for all learners. Our schools are safe and positive environments, and then we can put something about positive a statement about positive discipline. Then the next page, we go through each of those goals. And when we get to the one about the positive environment is where we put the stuff about the beliefs.
I like that one.
When you hear it read like that, what resonates and is there something missing?
That has fluidity to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
So if you read the whole, so when I read it to you, did it get to this is our philosophy for you? Did that resonate?
Yeah, and that's why I was just thinking of mission, vision, guiding, like almost scrapping those and then putting either one or the other, make it a mission. I just think it shouldn't be necessarily guiding principles.
Right.
Because principles can be perceived to many people in different ways. But if you put a mission, then that's more philosophical.
Right.
Which is exactly what I'm reading when I'm reading those statements.
Yes.
Yeah, the whole document is
Vision,
intended
mission,
for
and then the
Mission.
educating and educating people about the school board
Mm-hmm.
and not the specifics of,
How we're
I
going to
think
go
we
about
also,
it. That's,
but, okay, do I want to be part of an organization that has these elements to it versus, oh, I like to see my name in print. I might get on TV one day. I might have my 15 minutes of fame for something. No, this is where I want to put my heart and soul.
right. I like that order, Jesus.
Vision, mission?
the way I read it
Mission?
was I
Vision?
read it vision, then mission.
Oh, did you?
I read, here's our vision,
Mm-hmm.
and then here's the mission to get to the vision. I mean, it could go either way. And then it was, if you took out the guiding principles statement, just if we took that off and then we just had the belief statements under the mission, is that what you were suggesting, Peter?
Something to that effect.
Yeah.
Something that isn't, because principles is more specific.
Right. So we could call them core values and beliefs.
Yeah.
And that's what I've been seeing, that's what I've seen them called, is core values and beliefs.
Yep.
And then they support that mission that's the philosophy behind that mission.
just say Hollister School
And
District
that's,
core values and beliefs.
I don't know.
and a little bit, there is a little bit of, I'm certain, I agree first. The historical value here is that when we created those so that we could create a mission and vision, these were the things that we did first. We said, when these are there, what's our mission? What is our vision? So that we're done with that. That tool is gone. We don't need it any longer. But right now, there's an extra I there. But there's a, Latin. That's memorialized or enshrined as those guiding principles. So we may have to take some board action to just change that so that everything we have printed wouldn't be inconsistent, wouldn't be guiding principles here or core values someplace else.
Have it as some beliefs, pieces, core values and beliefs. Because they should read as a story. So you take those headings away, and then you should just be able to read them as a story. Right? This is our story. It's almost like this is who I'm describing you in words who I am. Right? And so I think when I do that, I get there. And then the goals, what we're gonna have to make sure is that our goals is how we're interpreting that piece.
Correct.
And so then you all speak a lot about consistency and a lot about this points to this and this points to that. And I think we're on the way to doing that, so that each of us would be able to say it, and this goal right here, this is what this means. And you can go back to the mission, the vision, and the core values and beliefs. And so then we are consistent in our beliefs and our behaviors, our actions, our decisions around those things. This idea of the community thing intrigues me.
That's kind of like, we believe partnerships among all stakeholders must be valued and respected. We believe in the community advocacy, so that connection with our community and providing that support in whatever shape or form that may be for that specific child is there. And that, to me, that's where I think, me personally, that's, it drives me to always keep our community involved and in all respects to what we do, because it is important. We're all a part of our community, and it's what drives us. It's what, we want to make sure we're a cohesive, understanding group that takes all these things into account, and we don't just take action in our own little world, in our own little bubble. It is time consuming, but when you get that buy-in from all your stakeholders, the end result is always so much better than if you wouldn't have.
It's not necessarily you're going to get buy-in from all the stakeholders. Is it that
But you give them the
include them in
opportunity.
the process?
Correct.
Exactly.
So I know it's.
All more ownership of it, they are included in the process.
But there almost has to be, to me personally, I think there almost has to be a part of the attitude is to court our community, it's like when you court your wife, there's a level of intent to gain trust and confidence and the humility it takes to do that. It's an effort, it definitely is. But just the same, it improves results because trust is, I'm personally in sales, that's my job. And nothing that I can do until I actually first gain trust. Doesn't matter how smart I am or how articulate I am. If people can't trust me, they won't even take a bottle from that door.
I really like that, the whole child, because there's a lot of Spanish only, and if they can understand that it doesn't matter what the child, it's the whole child. Doesn't matter if they're English learners, doesn't matter if, they're special ed, anything, the whole child. And our community is going to watch out for your child. It's strong, it's powerful.
I like that a lot.
Which one?
We believe in community advocacy for the whole child. It is a very, very powerful statement, especially for somebody who may not, I'm not going to say bought in, but maybe somebody who's new to the district.
Yes. They would need
They're going to understand that, hey, it doesn't matter where you come from, if you're from Los Gatos,
They know.
or LA.
I was born in Los Gatos.
But it doesn't matter where, we're here for that whole child.
Right.
And while that child is here, whether they are migrant, whether they are seasonal, whether we're here for them. And come back. If you're seasonal, you come back, you're still welcome. And it's just, there's so much strength in that statement.
Even though it's redundant, and these are, and here's my message, but now we have to. Even though it's redundant, I'm wondering if we believe partnerships among all community members and stakeholders
I like that.
must be valued and respected,
I like that.
right?
That says a lot, actually, because there are people within the community that that's a big part of their life is literally to be in, Boy Scouts or leaders. I know the chief is a pack leader, so there's a lot. I think that's very inclusive. Yeah, it's a big stick.
Because we know what stakeholders mean, but to others out there, hearing the word community, but now I know you're going to have to bring support, right? You're going to have to be, so. No,
You have a lot of work.
Do
piece of it into it again. Do you like that? Okay.
Well, and to me, so it's consistency, and when I share that a lot, it's just because there's a lot of varying degrees of not just understanding, but the effect of what these things do. I mean, we're dealing with other things that are coming up, like bond measures. There's gonna have to be, so buy-in as a whole creates a lot of opportunities. And I think once you get that consistency in the way that you frame it, then it literally sets us up for a better opportunity to succeed.
You never did find a place for the positive discipline.
I think it's
That was coming out.
I think it'll,
Yeah.
and why couldn't you do, all schools will provide a safe and positive environment, and then do like a subsection with, you list them all?
That's what I think.
Well,
Where it's not,
The only thing I suggest is make sure that the goals are clear.
yes.
That you don't get it mixed up that later. The goal is this and all of this.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's the goal.
Oh.
These are the
Yeah,
goals.
that's
And
why.
it could be its own,
And then I think, as I remember Lisa's explanation, is you're gonna have a separate section for that, and you're gonna put those things,
Yeah.
reorganize them under.
And then it's kind of like, it's a funnel. We've just now made or it's a pyramid, I don't know, whatever, but the overarching, and then we're gonna get more specific, more specific, more specific, more specific. And you always can go up the funnel, up to where it all connects.
I mean, because these drive us as well to even our LCAP. And then kind
Yes.
of just, we try to be so consistent to keep everything married together, so we're not getting off track of where we stand as a board, where we stand as a district. And it's reflective in every document that comes out.
I mean, you could even, current status goals, you could do education, safety, discipline, finance. And you could put discipline, and then under discipline, put everything, positive discipline.
Or we can, because I know Gary's
No, I
saying
like
they're
my
not, well, they're not finalized, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be,
I think it's just tweaking on the
Yeah.
actual document we adopt so that it can stand alone no matter where it is.
Yeah.
You know, and it doesn't, it can be used, you know, because we really need it to be a useful, user-friendly document. I mean, a user, it's intended to be used, it's intended to be pointed to, it's intended to be referred to. So, and I think it's great that it would be long, because it really does fit in with the unity of purpose. That it needs to be a part of that.
Yeah.
right.
if you have positive environment as long.
Yes, yes.
Safe and positive environment, that could just at this time refer to
The discipline.
a positive
No,
discipline that we're working on.
Because
that
the
we're working-
environment is too big
Yeah.
to segue right into discipline, I think. Because then you're isolating the environment and discipline into the same, just because you say positive.
Well, if our environment was where anything goes and people, you know, as Vern Hazard said, and this is a fellow from Capturing Kids' Hearts, but he used the term, he says the lowest, well, the worst behavior on your staff you're willing to tolerate sets the standard. Yeah, I mean, it becomes,
Like the
that becomes your
weakest link.
culture.
Yeah.
You're always struggling to keep this link.
So if you're willing to accept that person's behavior and it's intolerable, but you're willing to tolerate it, then it isn't intolerable. You're saying that's okay.
Right.
So, so the environment itself is comprised of those people, how they behave and how they treat others and how they.
And then you have to have a section on behavior, a section on discipline, a section,
Yeah.
teachers, students, everything.
If you think about it in terms of something that we hear from educators from time to time, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but you know, those kids can't, or or they come from that family, or whatever it is.
Oh, that's already a lost kid. That one's already gone.
You're not a part of us. I mean, that thinking isn't consistent with us, because others don't have a place, I guess. It's us. It's all of us. And so the environment, I think, no matter how we state those, I think no matter where we place those beliefs, they drive the who we are part. And I think I still like that idea of taking those apart and placing underneath, we're talking about safe and positive environments.
This is what it is.
This is what it looks like.
Mhm.
If you're consistent with these statements, then
You're
it's a
good.
safe and positive environment.
And ultimately, I think once you get done really solid as kind of the perspective of all of the individuals within the Foster School District, I think you don't have to be so legalistic about that process, because people, their heart is more into it rather than abiding by, and that's why me and my personal life, I love to be structured, I really do. And, but when it comes down to, that's being my habits, I can't expect my son to just fall into line with the way that I structure my life, but I can guide him with the perspective in why it is a benefit to be structured.
Right.
And then at that point, once he buys in, then he himself follows through, and there's no inconsistencies there. So my point is as much as I appreciate laws, too many could easily be more actually confining than actually set free the whole purpose of what you're trying to do.
How old is your son?
I have 3, so 2, and I have an 18 and a 20-year-old.
Oh, okay. So you're speaking from that place of 18 to 20.
Mhm. I try to force the hand with them.
Yeah.
I fail miserably.
So I raised three stepdaughters and an adopted daughter that are adults, and 9, 11, 13. It's funny how you change.
Yeah. Now it's like I advise and I step back. If they fall, I just gotta be ready to go.
Before it was my way or the highway, now it's like, all right, there is other alternatives.
So with respect to time, I'm wondering if maybe we ought to take about.
That was good, Gary, that was good.
So could we, well, Ann's got the food here, maybe we should kind of take advantage of that while it's here. And was Ann going to come back, or is she is she going to come back and pick all this up? Was there a time for her?
I think she's done,
She's done.
and then I'm gonna have Maddie do it tonight.
Okay, Manny, okay, you can take everything, put it back over there, okay.
But before we lose your train of thought on that one sentence, is
Yeah.
there a way that we could incorporate what you had stated, just include the community, all stakeholders?
So I said, what I suggested was we believe a partnership among all community members and stakeholders must be valued and respected.
Well, you know what, because you're going to want to keep,
It's gonna have to be, if you're gonna type it in now, it's gonna have to be in yellow.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna have to go back to the board, but, so that it's not
I'm
lost.
gonna do the capitals, that way I remember too.
There you go. Community members and stakeholders. Put the community first.
Is that what I want?
Yeah. It just doesn't like the space between and
Yeah.
stakeholders. So I think it's fine. I think that captures it.
Okay, and then I'm thinking about the bond. It's like, hey, if you believe that a partnership with all the community is valued and respected, and that's why we're out here advocating with you, wanting you to come along with us, making this community a better place, partner with us for that. I mean, I can already see it in our speeches. It's in our book.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
I got the tattoo the other day.
It's on our wall.
It's on our wall, yes.
Well, even, I know I've seen some of these, even, putting them on our walls.
Exactly.
I'm serious with it.
Yeah, you have to.
And just, I don't know, painting them, I don't care. I mean, it has to be who we are everywhere, especially in this room, when we hold our board meetings, and it should be visible and evident as we hold ourselves to it. It's that accountability to ourselves and the community and
Get
our
those
staff.
Get those stickers made
to-
that go on the walls.
Yeah, well, it is. I think we should definitely have them up.
They're up now. But probably need to be, we can't, I don't think we can overdo it, in every classroom, they are throughout our schools.
But in here would be a good idea too.
have interest in the grand jury visit. Copy that.
Grand jury visit, what did I say? What, okay.
No.
Last night I get that, being welcomed with black. Now I'm hearing grand jury. This guy makes a comment about, I can't wait to go back to Los Gatos. Whoa, 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 come back here, mister.
Thank you.
Come back.
When I retired.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did I not say that part?
Okay.
So, the grand jury is,
Leaving Los Gatos, we're leaving California.
it's
Right?
Once you leave, you can't afford to come back.
I can't.
Okay.
It's messed up.
Yeah, my son was out. This year was special.
Oh, okay. Pretty normal.
I stepped my son in the house.
So do we want to have a working lunch or just take a break and have
Well,
lunch?
we should work, I wish you were working lunch, right?
I tried.
It's not in the contract.
It's not in the contract. Yes.
Can I leave my car?
Yeah, her car's not here after lunch.
My car?
No, you're not leaving the room. Lock the doors, I got the.
I'll pull out my house again.
Just remember, so restroom is,
You're gonna go straight out.
Brother,
At the end, you're gonna make a right.
Okay.
There's a little staff lounge. You're gonna go to the staff lounge. You're gonna see the little boy, the little girl. Okay, I think that will show you.
Felt like I said, what? I'm like, you can't do that. So I called her up, I'm like, Karen, I hear you're selling the house. She goes, oh yeah, we got it already. I'm like, what? Can we partner up? She's like, unless you want to buy me out. Well, I was buying the house. So I can't afford her. And they bought it, her and my dad. We were paid in the 70s. So that's what I want for.
Oh, wow.
How long have you been alive? Oh, gosh, they've been there since, well, my brother was born.
Okay.
So, she's been up there.
Especially in that area.
Those are good, Hungary. It's all good.
4 acres.
Oh.
Well, you're down on your lunch.
Okay, go for it.
Usable? Only about 2.5.
2.5.
2.5 acres usable.
They don't grow anything?
My dad had horses.
Okay.
One thing for the baby horse. Patterson, about 10 acres.
Okay.
And they own her, alfalfa, wheat, something else. That he leases off to the ranchers.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't even know what to say over it.
He's like, I just need 2 acres for all this.
Yeah, you accumulate a lot. My dad too, the pack rat.
And it was all land.
Yeah.
So we built.
All right.
We built it. I'm like, for what? It's only you. It's only you. What do you want?
That's true.
When you have small, you want to go big. Once you go big, you want to go back to small.
Yeah, because it's too much, especially as you get older. You want to downsize as you get older,
My
huh?
wife's word right now is just downsize. I'm not doing anything. That means more work for me. I redid the backyard on purpose.
Oh, wow.
You have a big garage or something else?
On the cave.
His cave. You've been in his cave? Ooh.
It used to be in it, it used to be in his house.
Really?
No, cave's outside. You know what I got on the whole deal, right?
What?
So I was able to get my cave.
Big
She got new
screen.
couches.
Oh, okay.
Just recently I upgraded my TV inside. So.
There you go. TV, surround sound.
Oh, it's the whole nine.
Oh, wow.
She can kick us out. To the cave. Anytime she wants to watch her movie, she
Yeah.
can kick us out. All right.
Yay.
You just walk in, I'm mad at you. So out to the cave, okay?
Oh, oh, you kicked me on the way out. Go for it.
How funny. You just dropped.
Music's too quiet.
I know you do. Want to throw it on your laptop?
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna log on to Pandora.
Oh, there you go. It's here.
What's his face?
What's his face?
That's so funny. Where was his face?
I already forgot his name.
No, this is how they're gonna do it. I got in the room.
It's Dr. Mac.
That's what they're gonna say about me. What was this face?
I will point out though, Lisa, that I did have a big, thick, black, bushy head of hair when I got here.
So be careful, if you want to get there.
I had it when I got here.
Nicola Karen, so my hair's gonna, okay, hair's gonna fall down.
Just to make the picture, I didn't have long hair.
Oh my gosh! Okay, I'm writing this down, at 12:30, the truth came out. Mike, did you have hair 6-7 months ago too? Okay.
I had hair since I was probably 16 years old.
Okay, okay.
When I did, it was more like
The
mom.
women look very well put together, so, you know, Peter's still.
It's been a while.
that's
A while.
Okay.
You know, man, you look at somebody like Peter and it's,
Just the way God loves me.
You guys ever met my dad? He's so awesome.
Well, they say it follows the mother. So your mother's dad?
Never met the man.
Yeah. Presumably.
your dad was working.
Yes. Yes, they would.
Did you really play with him?
And he won. When he first was coming up. Him and my, that was making walk good. Very young. Shaved heads.
Shaved head.
Shaved head.
Oh, my uncle had his hair was down here. My dad was barely growing out. Initially, he shaved his head. He had a picture of him shaved. I'll never see that again.
The first place I ever didn't see him.
I got you. Okay. I'll put it here.
That's
working.
Actually, another one. Three of them.
Did it grow back
Grow long.
better and different and thicker?
What happened here? Working out. Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
Who's the dummy did that?
I still have very lasting relationships with them, and they go through like spoils and troubles, and I feel like, oh my gosh, and I'm like, wait, you're 25 now, I had when you were 8. And she stayed with them forever. Mhm. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. You said to always call you. Yes. Forgot that part. And then it's always, don't tell my mom. No, you know that. That's not how it's gonna go down.
That's never been positive.
It's like when you were 8. Not how it's gonna go down, but we can work together on what you can say here, Mom.
Hey, Peter, in September, we're doing a men's conference on Saturday. I'll invite you to come. You can do a skeet shooting tournament ahead of time.
Really?
And then, or if you have a bike, you can go on a bike ride, motorcycle ride. They have a car show, and then they have these speakers that they bring. We do it every year, and this is the 10th year. And we're having, I believe Larry Stockdale's coming this year. He wrote, you know, the Model Man, and everything's Christian based. And this guy does 10,000 people auditorium. Wow. And, you know, I'd love you guys to come. It is amazing.
What date is that?
September third week, Saturday in September. And then the next day, one of the speakers will come and do church service also. But it's, that Saturday, it's fun-filled, breakfast, lunch. It's cool. Every year.
September 30th?
No, it's the third weekend. Believe.
Before the carnival?
Whatever.
I'm sorry, the carnival is there. We gotta try now.
Still doing one.
I guess there's a movie, I really could movie that a lot of ladies want to see. There's a movie out there that a lot of ladies want to see, I don't know which one it is. My wife actually does.
Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts.
It's one of those eclectic, kind of like, remember Valentine's Day or Love Actually, like those eclectic stories, I think.
Right,
That's what I've been.
vignettes.
Yeah, little vignettes, thank you. That's the word.
I want to go to the concert, or sort of pick on my wife.
Oh, that's
I think what I did the other day, people heard the Vision 10 album. It just came out.
I get to watch
The original band. Oh, so this is a female?
Where?
My daughter.
Oh. He's just.
I never had anything. I
Yeah.
never had any brothers. Yeah.
So I pre-ordered on my CD over here.
And just watching you yourself is hilarious.
Why is it very different than girls?
I don't have a turntable. So I ended up going to Target and buying it. So I doubled.
Whatever it is, he's gonna explain it to you.
On a Burger King?
Why didn't you get a seat they have?
I was telling some friends of mine, like, can you believe I ordered this? It cost me more.
I said, you
So
want to
like,
get your hair cut?
the sound from vinyl is so much better. I said that.
You don't have Mike come over and find her.
I'm good.
What year is it?
Hotel California? Oh, gosh. What's it, like,
70s,
early
70s.
Nah, Hotel California, was it in the 70s? I thought that was one of their later.
We can find out.
1978.
I got them all. I
It
just,
was in the 70s.
well,
No?
Eagles Hotel California,
Oh.
She didn't quite get that.
Eagles Hotel California was what year?
let's see.
What year did you say?
We're trying to figure it out. It's,
1978.
You know what I want? 84.
That's it. I know the 70s were a blur.
Sorry.
What year did the Eagles do Hotel California? '77.
You got it.
It was done in the studios December of '76. You're showing your age now.
I know. No, I thought, okay, you graduated high school in 82. No. Yes, 82. I went to see the Eagles.
So when was that? I was certainly younger than high school.
Definitely no one in my house knew where I was.
Oh, we have a rebel for a superintendent.
But I had a great time. I have no criminal record. So there you go.
'17th year.
I actually saw Elvis too.
Oh, that's Elvis, no kidding.
My mom took me to see Elvis when I was little. I guess not. And she takes her little 9-year-old daughter. So. Wow, but I remember that. Tom Jones.
Elton.
I was telling the music teacher, our second son is very, very musical. He's music captain in high school. But we've always just had music in the house. And his grandparents, there were 2 mariachis in the family. And I remember when my first time meeting his dad's family, I was 16, and they were making tamales. I was white girl. I never had a tamale. Although I grew up in East San Jose.
And you're not anymore?
Yeah, I am white girl. And but we go to this house, and there's like 30 or 40 people. They're making, many pounds of tamales, and there's 2 mariachi bands like playing in the backyard. I mean, I was just like, wow, this is very, very appealing to me. This is great. And it's a very, very musical family. His dad was very musical, grandpa was very musical, so I knew one of them, Nick or Natalie, would be musical. We just always had lots of music in the house. And
We have these suites in the halls for the language academy. One, La Voce.
Wow.
His name is Joe La Voce. It's the voice.
Yeah.
It's a music contest. And
Joey Clark, I think the name was.
yeah, Joe.
Yeah.
He just performed for us at Rotary the other day.
Yeah, he became pretty famous.
We have
Wow.
there's the local mariachi band that Daria Gomez was a founding principal at HDLA. And her sons both play in the mariachi band, and they are so good. And using the amateur, we've got Delius in mariachi band, Delius. But sing, play, it's just amazing. Their outfits are clothes. Well, it must be really expensive because those outfits, mariachi, the suits are really expensive. And they grow, right? And what do you do? You buy them.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're all fitted to the exact size right there. It's not like, oh, let's give them an inch or 2 growing. Yeah, I married a Mexican woman thinking I was going to get homemade tamales and fresh tortillas every night. 2 days after we're married, she goes, I'm not doing this stuff. And now the contract's already signed.
Tell me about, I married an Italian. We don't get spaghetti, ravioli.
That night, I didn't just paint those hands and put his hands on you.
Thank you, Brad.
Ouch. Ouch. I was very fortunate because I didn't know much about cooking. I knew a lot about baking. My grandmother is the one who mostly raised me. They're from Denmark, lots of baking, didn't know much about cooking. But when I met the kid's dad, family mariachi, his mom just took me under her wing and taught me how to cook with the best of them. Loved to cook.
love doing it. I don't have enough time to do it, but I can be like 30 pounds smaller by myself.
Are you serious?
I can do it.
You can do what?
30
30
pounds
pounds
by
by
myself.
yourself?
Mhm.
How long does it take you, okay?
2 days.
I usually spread it out because I'll make the filling, the sauce and stuff, and then like have a day break.
Yeah.
And then I'll say, okay, get the mussels ready and start spreading the masa. And you just gotta sit down, and you just kind of do it. TV, music, a little bit of lemonade. You know, a little bit of lemonade. And it's like so therapeutic. I think it's because it's so therapeutic to me. But I haven't done that. I think I just kind of, but it's also like frosting, right? True. So it's just,
really.
it's like frosting. And once you get your spreader, the spreader that works in your hand that nobody else can use but your spreader. So now the kids are like, Mom, I'm like, yeah, no, Mom doesn't do that anymore. Unless you want to come over.
They come over and help.
And I'll say, okay, we'll make like 10 pounds. We'll just make, this is it? This is like, well, you have to live here for like 3 days if I'm going to do the other.
Yeah.
But feel good about it.
Do you make the sweet ones as well?
Mm-hmm. I love the sweet ones. Yes. Raisins, non-raisins. I started putting pecans and oh yeah, yeah.
We do dried fruit, or she'll blend in like fresh strawberries into the mix.
That was what played when I was in basic training.
That song.
Get down.
Did you get flashbacks right now?
Well, I hear that song, that just takes me right back. Steal it in.
I have one same favorite ones too.
That's sunny.
Dancing on the Ride.
They should
Credence, CCR.
I used to hear that one back in college. And videos I never knew it said, a bad mood on the ride. So I'm sorry, because I was in the bathroom on the ride.
There's a bathroom on the right.
No, I mean, I sung bathroom on the ride. Wow. For 75 miles.
There you go.
I'm not real good at recreation.
It's okay. As long as you enjoy it and you just get your groove on, it's all good.
I have a granddaughter that she can hear it once. And she starts singing it. It's not always in tune, but she knows it.
Sometimes they have that ear. They can just pick it up.
The other day she was singing yesterday, and what are you singing? And she told me. And she said, "That's what I wake up to every morning, Mama."
Wow. It's like her get up and go song. Just gets her up and going. Some people in this room drink Red Bull.
Crawl? Crawl?
I know, if I get lucky, I'll get to go home, watch a movie, and go to work.
I forgot that was happening today.
This is my son. But 7 days a week right now.
What's happening today?
Beer and wine stroll downtown?
Oh, yeah, I saw the sign.
Beer and wine crawl?
Do you think that would be a good first event for me to show my face?
The beer and wine stagger.
Oh, okay, good. We actually thought out. Eric, we gotta go to this, like, so, can I just get like a feel, like maybe if that's something I'll go check it out for you, Greg.
He's probably already there.
I know!
I hope
So,
so.
do you think Mike can tow us home?
Yeah, like your GTA needs.
Do you know how many times I've done that for friends? They'll call me, and like, I've drank too much, can you go get it? Yeah, and I bring my tow truck so I can tow their car, so they don't have to worry about the next morning where they left their car.
Yeah.
I've been tempted a couple times to park it on the lawn
You
though.
should. It's around the corner. It's around the corner.
It's on the lawn.
Not great. Look
That
at
story,
you.
it's hard.
So is that your way of teaching lessons, right, somewhere?
They all know
Like
where,
my car, my mom. Don't you
Dude.
remember it? What-
you're lucky there's not burnouts on it.
We had a high school librarian that had a Volkswagen Buzz when I was in high school. And the senior thing to do was to go out and pick up her car and put it on the lawn. Did about 2 or 3 times in the school, but never got caught.
Phones were really popular when I was in high school. I graduated in '89. Lower, you know, all the rag house or oval windows, all of them. And the football team and some of the track, because I was on track, we'd get together and I'll go out there and move them so that they were all interlocked. So they couldn't, in the corner, and you'd put them all so that they couldn't get out, and the final 2 were locked into each other.
Where was this at?
In high school.
Simi Valley?
Well, thanks for the day. I'm good for the day. Our nutrition services, was catered, school events. They come out great, salad bars and soups and.
I like that you use them for the stuff that some districts don't do that.
Cameras down there. We would like to get a central kitchen over here.
Heard that on the last board meeting. All the big dreams, all that money coming in with those developer fees. So
She's like,
oh my gosh. Do I know that building? So when I was in Sacramento on Thursday, and we got a update on all the legislation. And it looks like the state bond is very, very, very favorable. That it's really gonna, yeah.
We're already in line on that, aren't we?
yes.
Well, we've got projects, but they haven't been through DSA. I mean,
Yeah, but we submitted, you know, so when it goes through, we're like at the top of the
as we
food
go,
chain.
we're submitting.
Yeah.
And we will be in line. When it's all done. It'll mean a lot to us.
You know what Schatz had absolutely no response to? Minimum wage increase.
Yes.
He had no response. We also have a, you know, in the next couple of years, 3-year projection, and that $15 minimum, $15 an hour minimum. And I said, we got to plan for that. It's not just, and he had nothing.
Yeah, you know
Because
that.
it's not
And they
something they're concerned with, it doesn't affect them. It's just
get
that,
a response back.
that tunnel. No, of course not, because that's not
No,
like
he goes-
relevant, that's
I
a
showed you-
given.
Special needs.
That's
I
a
showed you in
given.
15 minutes how it was worth $6 million worth.
Yeah,
No, you
exactly.
didn't.
Snacks, anyone? Snack? Yeah. That's.
Yeah, that was
this is
actually
what
pretty
we're
good.
eating.
Yeah.
Try that. Thank you so
Very
much.
I know, Mike walked away with all of them.
Two!
Pat?
And I was going to work.
Okay.
What?
She writes it all. She writes it all. How many calories have I eaten today?
No.
Only because you can't count that high.
No, I can't count that high.
No, it's all right. If we are, that means we're a healthy board.
We are.
Although it's more healthier than us,
Like siblings.
Look though, you're drinking sweet tea. What am I drinking?
Honestly, I actually thought about grabbing this because I know if I take my wife to the carnival, you know, like cotton candy for the baby, you know,
No.
this is gonna be my excuse for that.
That's all it's like,
Hard to resist.
Wired tonight. Huh?
It's hard to resist.
It is. It's easier to avoid when you're actually always satisfied.
Shares a torch rack on my back.
Yeah.
Can I make a motion?
Yes. So what? For-
Get some executive chairs for us?
Right.
Well,
Gary doesn't even know the executive Actually, those chairs are better, one more comfortable.
they are.
Yeah, unless you're the one that gets the one that has the arm up like that.
You know, sit down.
I can back down to Liz and always ends up back for me. Must have somebody scoops into the middle of the night and moves the chair around.
I've been part of a nonprofit for 2 years. Beautiful. Our stuff is like,
Wow.
oh yeah, yeah. It's hard to find funders that will invest in the actual org itself, you know, in the stuff and in overhead. They're real, people will give, but they want to give, and it goes to kids, or it goes to a teacher, or a principal, and you're like,
Right.
so there's times when I need to sit in something to do my, just, so it's a lot of hodgepodge. So that the fact that all your furniture matched in your office, I'm
You know
because right now mine's like,
Those seats that were in the HR conference room, those nice cushion seats, those were donated to us by the pantry.
Yeah,
The food pantry.
yeah.
Those red ones up there from NASA.
From NASA?
Ames, yeah.
Oh, that's right, when you guys
When we
were
were
going up
on
and
the drive
going,
over
yeah.
there and pick them up.
Yeah, the high school was doing that too. There's quite a few things that we were bringing back. Yeah.
But our guys built the dais.
Nice.
We've had an excellent maintenance.
Mhm.
What happened to getting that sign hung?
What sign?
That big sign that was there one month? That was gonna go on the bottom? Remember?
It was the banners that we just got for HR for our recruiting.
Is that what it was?
When we're sitting in the corner. I don't know if they're doing. They're standing, but they're not. No.
Well, even the TVs, I know we have one, like for us, but then it's so hard. Because then even your person presenting is, I know, because I, just going to some of the county offices, the one in Fresno had above the dais, some TVs so that the audience is actually looking at the presentation as it's, you know, being presented to the board. You have a TV directly for the board, but it seemed like it was like, okay, this makes sense.
It's step by step. I mean, we have that one over there, and this one, and Junior is is trying to get them to mirror, so we can at least do two at the same time.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately we're going to want to have one for the board. And typically when we set the room up, there's seats are that direction and this direction, and that podium is standing between the two rows, so the presenter can talk to the board, because the presentations are to the board. But you want to be able to see the presentation, so the television's kind of oblique there.
It's off
Yeah.
screen, so you don't even know
It's
what we're looking at. They're just
Yeah.
looking at us like, ooh.
So ultimately, it'd be nice to get, maybe a monitor, and then one for the board. And then something that the presenter can see, so that the presenter knows where they are on a PowerPoint.
Right.
But other than that, I mean, that's kind of step by step, but how long have we had television? We've gone from projection to.
Just
to
this
monitor.
year.
Yeah, it's very recent.
Yeah, just this year. Or, because he's gotten a really good deal from all the ones going into the classrooms. So I thought, well, it'd be great, kind of like what you're saying, what you're doing in the classroom to kind of mirror that in the environment that we're having board meetings so that the technology is reflective of what we're offering our students in the classroom. And seeing that just.
I went to the open house at Lad Lane the other night, and went to some classrooms, and they were all had their televisions going. And this teacher came, I love it, I love it, love it, love it. They did it very fast. It makes a big difference.
No,
And it was just a couple of years ago, they were all fighting for Elmos.
Yeah.
Well, we had, I wasn't from Ricketts.
Yes.
We have a very dear friend who, we all collectively have a dear friend, who he said, there's no way you're putting one of those TVs in my room, I don't want it. If you put it in, I'm not gonna use it. Okay, we'll just put it there, don't use it then. And within 6 months, it was sort of like, how did I ever do without this TV? She loves it, and you go into her room and because she's playing videos. Discovery Channel, I mean, the sound, everybody can see
She had
it.
Calaveras.
Yes,
Yes.
She's more than being president, but she's a lovely lady, and she's anyway, she was one of our champions at our high school.
She was.
And, but she really does like it, and you go, and it really makes a difference, because, as the Elmos work fine, in fact, you can use an Elmo with the TV, but the projectors, the bulbs get dimmer, and
And then the bulbs get expensive.
The bulbs are expensive, and then you go in the room, and the lights are off, and the kids are in the dark, and
Sleeping.
and these, they're bright, and they're, and you can, it just, everybody knows, it's a great display. So it's worked out very well.
And kids know TVs better than they know projectors.
Yes, yes.
They,
All right, should we get the band back together again?
Yes, sir.
Where's the boss, please? Go for a walk.
Nap time.
All right.
So how did
bring out the mats.
That's right, kindergarten does it right. Or no, not even kindergarten anymore, right?
No.
That really
They
dated
did when
myself.
I was in kindergarten.
Yeah, me too.
I loved it.
I didn't go to kindergarten.
Take naps and have mats.
They didn't have kindergarten when I went. I'm serious. It started at first grade.
Well, kindergarten was optional. I remember it being optional.
Still is.
It still is optional.
Is it really?
The TK isn't.
Wow.
It's all backwards.
I thought it was.
You can tell a parent.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna tell the parents that.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Lisa mentioned the idea of taking these now, taking those belief statements, or the discipline belief statements, and moving that. You had some idea about how we might be able to put different things under different headings?
Right. So I think with the discipline piece, where we left off, correct me if I'm wrong, was when we moved to the goals, and that if one of the goals was around the discipline, then when we got over, there was a place there that perhaps we wanted to spell out a little bit more, what each of the goals meant, and then that would be a place for the piece around the discipline. Because I understand this is current status, so this is like, okay, that was the status report of the goals. So we're kind of like here.
I like page 4 as it's done now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think discipline should be left out of that page because this is a whole positive thing. And discipline in itself is even if it is done positively, it's still negative.
I think it's perceived, honestly, because discipline it means corrective, right? So it's actually making you better.
Okay, yes. But we look at things under a microscope, especially at this. Okay, have higher education than a lot of the people that would read that. They see discipline as discipline. It doesn't matter if it's positive. My child did something wrong. Now it's being disciplined. So I think we need to stay positive on this and address it and under status goals. And you can do it, and it's easy. You do it under education, then safety, discipline, finance, and it transitions just as smooth as page 4 did. And you can almost insert it right after you put discipline, positive discipline, boom, there it goes. How do you think it would look? Smooth.
Yeah, I think that works. I'm thinking, do you see that as the next page? Is that what you're thinking? Or?
So you go education, safety, discipline, finance.
But I'm thinking this actually is going to go away.
Yeah, this is the current status.
Okay.
Yeah, because this was from 14 or 13 or something,
Okay.
so this is kind of old. But we could keep those headings. Yeah, I was going to mention, this whole page, this page 5, was something that we developed in 13, as I remember.
Yeah, because we brought 5 days back to school.
Yeah.
We might want to keep that in there.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
kind of like a
Yes.
historical.
Yeah, but we may want to keep the finance part as a page all by itself.
But right now, that's been enshrined by board action at the 8 to 9%.
Yeah.
So,
Do these district goals, are these the overarching goals for the LCAP? Because the LCAP has like 10 goals, right?
Yes. Yeah. And that's
A lot of goals.
It is a lot of goals. And so the question is, do we want to bring the LCAP into this handbook? And I don't know.
I saw it in here already.
I'm trying to get my head around the best way of dealing with the LCAP from a district guidance. Just an anecdote, when we were going through this whole process of searching for a new superintendent, I actually had a candidate call me and she asked me where our strategic plan was. And Lisa may feel very differently, but I'm kind of, I looked at strategic plans for years, and the data around strategic plans is they don't really change anything. I mean, they're big and I just thought, I don't believe in them. I don't. And that, but I never heard from her. And she didn't show up. But anyway, but the thing is, what I'm getting at though is that you can have so many plans. You've got to be able to have some commonality from. It's fine if you have a strategic plan, but then that strategic plan needs to somehow link to what you're doing.
Right.
And if you have an LCAP and it does a series of things or education outcomes and learning a variety of outcomes, and it doesn't flow from the strategic plan, then the two documents are at odds.
Right.
And so you're constantly syncing these things.
Right.
And that's not assuming too that LCAP will change, right? Because technically, they could change,
So, an idea, because I'm still not giving up on this discipline thing. I'm like, where is it? It needs to be somewhere, right? So an idea. If these are the 4 big goals, can we put underneath them LCAP goal number 279, Title 1 plan goal number 449, Title 3 goal, and here's what I'm getting at. Because then we show how our district goals are aligned to those plans.
Yes, that's what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That is right.
Specifically like this. Specifically like this.
No, you said it better than I would.
Right.
I'll take credit for it.
Yeah, because the positive discipline is in those plans. And so then folks are going to see that, remember we want to say this is our goal and this is what we mean by the goal and this is how this is going to become actualized. And then people can say, oh, they've got alignment of all their plans, the goals all go in the same direction, all the arrows are going in the same direction, and it's all flowing from this.
Yes.
The LCAP is really the tactics that we use to get to the goals. Or we need to relabel them as primary goals. So that we know that one is a component of the others, but this is the one that supersedes it all. our main thing we want to do is make the kids high achievers. They want each one of those primary goals, and then the LCAP, whatever's, they all feed right into those. But if you say, well, this is the Hollister School District goals, and this is the LCAP goals, sounds like we have two sets of goals.
Right.
And you used the word, when you were talking about.
Use overarching.
Overarching.
Overarching. That's what, yeah, because to me, that suggests this umbrella, that everything else falls within or under.
Technically speaking, in that context, the goals have to support the LCAP, not the other way around.
Correct.
Yes, and it's reciprocal. So the LCAP is our state document. Title I, Title III are our federal document. Other plans that we're supposed to have from the state, depending upon block grant funding. So if we have these overarching district goals, we should not write any kind of plan that doesn't support one of those. And so they support each other. One can't exist without the other.
So, the goals in that sense would be more clarifying.
Yes. And then we get to that clarifying and consistency.
That makes sense.
Right.
And when I mentioned about discipline, because I personally, my belief is ultimately it's the way you perceive it, and in relationship to kind of the mission or vision, these statements right here. If we can get to a place, I see success within the context of our community. If we can get to a place where we see, like the root word of what discipline means, disciple, where you're actually getting our kids, or we're getting our kids to a place where they find themselves being a mirror of what it takes, what raising them up, right, building them up in that sense. And it's not a forced thing. It's they're accepting that discipline isn't negative. It's literally your discipline, and you're building them up into that framework. And then they become basically the evidence of what success looks like.
All right, so what next?
Okay, we're having lunch coma now.
Settling.
Yes. So do we want to do number one, are these the 4 district goals?
Yeah.
Okay. So then do we want to put underneath them the LCAP goals, the Title I goals, the Title III goals?
Okay, go ahead.
So that's it?
Because what I'm thinking is, well, and there's no reason not to. My thinking was a lot of this is going to be the core document.
Mm-hmm.
That would change the document annually, right? Every time we
Right.
change the goals, so we'll have to revise that. And it's not
Mm-hmm.
it's fine. Because we won't know those until they're adopted at the end of, because we're working on the 16-17 LCAP now. So if we did I'm just thinking out loud here. So if we get this approved, or the LCAP in June is approved for the final reading, because we have the public hearing this month, and is it the final? No, we're doing the final next month, right? For the LCAP?
Next month.
Yeah. So when that's done, then in July, we set our board priorities and the things that we really want to establish, that we're going to evaluate the superintendent, or however we're going to establish that. You would be kind of setting those things early on, and then that would be the time to review the handbook, link those LCAP goals to these goals, and you could do that.
Yeah.
That would work.
Going back to the purpose of this is to communicate to folks, right?
That's
What
my
we're
question.
about and how we go about
Who is this
doing it.
handbook really for?
Right? So as a board member, would you want to have that tie-in and know how those things play out? Is it important for someone who comes in new?
I don't know if somebody is coming in new, most of us don't even, that know what an LCAP is, what, any of these other programs or responsibilities or, not responsibilities, but, I don't know that anybody would really have that understanding.
I think this needs to be a separate
Yes,
and keep it.
Easier
simplistic.
reading
yeah,
for,
And then if we want to go and reiterate in the next section on what the goal is and what are the elements of it in the OPAB, then we can add it there because that's gonna.
because we might be confusing them more with information that they're
Right.
not knowing what it even means. How does that connect?
I think we can take it as an opportunity, this is my thought, to clarify. And I would rather assume people smarter than they are than otherwise, because ultimately they're still gonna be dealt with the same information that they're gonna need to. And if we, I agree with keeping it simple to where it's easy to absorb, but at the same time, there's gotta be a building up into that place of where you gotta dig deeper to be willing to, and be given the resources to do that. So somehow if you can tie that in, as a reference point or a separate, then that's fine, but something that leads to that, because, I mean, ultimately, when you're addressed, even me, when I first came on the board, it's like, I'd love to see a roadmap, and that's basically what we're talking about here. Anybody who runs, or technically anybody who's never been a board member, when they come, they're your average citizens until they're actually elected. So my point is, there's gotta be something that says this is the roadmap to understand how to be successful.
but this is for more than just board members. So.
Well, in that perfect, yeah, that actually.
I mean, you almost have to have a second inner circle, board member packet kind of thing for new board members.
Well, and that kind of proves my point, because it's, if it's for everybody, if you frame it for everybody, but still give them the benefit of the doubt that they can learn this, as long as it's a roadmap basically takes you step by step through the process. It might not be extremely detailed, but it can at least guide you in a direction where you start to understand what you're reading.
I think it's not, in my mind, it's not that they can't understand it. It's that they take the time to read it and assimilate it. And you really can't assimilate it until you see the process. So it's like installing a computer system where you have to know everything first. You can't know everything first.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's kind of like a manual, right? How many of us open up, we see a manual, it's really thick, we might not read it. But once we go through it and start to see the failures, then I guarantee you, if we really want to understand what we're doing, then we're going to go back and reference. This, at that point, not only becomes a roadmap, it becomes a reference point. Something to always go back to, because there's the depth that you need to know, but with the simplicity of direction.
Well, that's what I sort of meant when I said that we keep it simple to begin with, and then the tactics involved in meeting those goals is more detailed when you have started to learn the jargon.
Language of it.
Yeah, this is our board governance handbook.
Right.
And if there's going to be some of this that gets into content that is more of the day-to-day operational side of things. And I'm wondering if we ought to keep this focused on the board governance components. I mean, the board has adopted the vision and the mission and the goals and all that. Those are, I'm kind of picturing this like, a flash, or not a flash drive, but the RAM and the hard drive kind of, there's a part of this is the volatile memory, the part that's changing all the time, and there's the part that kind of remains the same.
right.
And this is kind of the rigid part that until we make some hard edits to it, should be the handbook. And then anything that changes goes in the appendixes at the back. And I'm wondering if we ought to just try to kind of confine this to the things that we say are inviolate until we systematically, intentionally change them because it affects our governance. I mean, kind of how I'm envisioning this document. It's for the public. You certainly want the public to know what you're doing and what you're about if you're a new board member. But I don't know if you want to all have things that are changing annually
Right.
to
Yeah.
be something that gets brought into this core bit of governance.
I agree.
Good point.
You just said you referred to meat and potatoes,
Yes.
and then at the end of the peas and the carrots and.
Peas and carrots.
Technically, meat and potatoes are hard to digest without peas and carrots. I don't mean to be that with that. No, I agree, it should be, something more foundational.
Because when you're first a board member, you're so bored.
And I'm still hearing what Mike said earlier about the idea of the nature of the belief statements about discipline, and whether or not it's consistent with these mission, vision, and those kinds of things. And so,
Yeah, because as a committee, you have to refer back to these to set those. It shouldn't be setting those and then, you have to, base it off of what we are working off of as a structural foundation. And then whatever it is that you want to bring in or tie in, it's connected to these.
could we put the positive discipline committee, but not, because it really shouldn't be the boards or the districts, disciplinary beliefs about conduct or rules governing conduct or beliefs establishing conduct or whatever it ends up becoming in terms of a final title. Could that become an appendix or a supplement or something?
I think so.
Maybe
I think it's important to include, but
it's important to be in here, but maybe not in the
See appendix C.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe it's an administrative.
It could be like
We're not
a-
about administration.
Right.
We're about
Well,
governance.
But the only thing is, it is a philosophical. Administration doesn't need the philosophy. It actually, I think it would be a little bit more consistent in that sense. But if there was an appendix, it would be I don't think it'd be as overwhelming, because then from there you can refer to that, because of course it would dictate, and then at that point you're just going to clarifying elements, which is that positive discipline.
Yeah, the catch-22 is if we don't say it, then it doesn't seem important if it's not in here somewhere. But if you put it in here, where does it fit in with this unity of purpose? I mean, it does seem like it is part of the unity of purpose. That's why I was brought up in the first place. But it just doesn't seem to support the same sense of it doesn't seem elevated to the same level of guiding, underpinning beliefs and mission, vision, the things that guide the district as a whole. They seem very specific to discipline, and none of these are specific to one thing.
But in theory, since we're not being concrete, we're being more nebulous on purpose. In positive environment.
Right. I was
Says
looking at the last bullet.
it's
Well,
positive
Take the positive
aspect of
environment.
there. And until the whole thing rolls out and becomes part of the culture, maybe we don't need it. We just take it as understood in our head that it's part of
Building that
the
infrastructure of
goal
a
is
positive
that it's
environment.
positive.
Right.
I think the only thing what Gary was saying was that it would be almost implied, and at that point, what is it? And if you almost undermine the importance of it by not including it.
Yes, that's the dilemma.
But we have, the whole process hasn't been developed, and it hasn't been trained, and it hasn't been.
It's not even approved yet.
And
Yeah.
unless we
So it could
put
change.
it under,
Yeah.
a core value and a belief, then we really don't have anything to say about it.
A lot of the essence of it, although it's not word for word, is on page 11 and on page 13. I think there's pieces on both of those pages, even though it's not exactly the same. There are aspects of how you're in, you know, we provide support through our behavior and actions. We provide, you know, ensuring accountability. I think it's not, it's very much implied there. It's a little bit more explicit on page 13, but I think the spirit of it is there. And the spirit of it is there, and I think that maybe, you know, next year we can get more explicit about it. Let's live with it for a year. They're not going away, right? Because these things are coming back. We know this is something, so there's not a fear of losing it. We're just not quite sure right now where it needs to go to be very explicit.
Let it live and breathe for a while.
Let's do that. And then I bet you we're gonna be doing this next year and we'll be like, oh, it goes right there. You know?
Some of it might change, but I think it would be good as an appendix, just
Yes.
so that way we make sure that we keep it
Yeah.
somewhere.
Well, and it's important enough a document that whoever picks this up to read, they see it. Yeah, that they don't have to wait to find out about it like a few.
Okay. So then let me ask this then. So with back to page, what did it turn out to be? Is that page 3 now?
Well, let's just stick with what it is. Here, so we know where to go.
Yes, that one. With those kinds of changes, so we're going to change guiding principles to core values and beliefs. We're going to order it in that particular order. We will need to come back for future board meeting and maybe do this. We could even do it at a board meeting in May. We could bring back our core values and beliefs.
Yeah,
but we haven't had a board meeting until the 24th.
Oh.
Yeah, our May board meeting.
Reality check.
I live in the cycle of board meetings, and so it's not May until we've had a meeting. but if we have our May board meeting, we could adopt what were the guiding principles to become the core values and beliefs, and add community members and then that wouldn't have to be yellow highlighted, and we could make this document approved after we make that change on the agenda. You know, as far as flowing on the agenda.
Right.
So we approve those things, and then this could be the last thing on the agenda, and then we approve the handbook if we're to that point, and it would include that in that, you know, not in that format, but that language. Then if that's the case, then we would be able to, this page would be done. Does that sound right to everybody?
So you're saying we would approve the handbook at our next meeting?
Yeah, I would say we'd bring back the final edits, you know, with
To approve the edits, and then once the edit's approved, then we approve the handbook.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yes. We have to approve those things first.
Changes first.
Yeah.
That sounds consistent.
All right. I'll have to depend on Jesus to make sure I get it on the agenda.
Elsa?
We're there? Okay, with the thumb, okay. Okay. Now, on what was page 5 in the handbook as we have it in front of us is this, you know, we're restoring additional program, you know, 5 instructional days. I mean, we
already did that.
We did that, and conversations with district staff, all those things are like that. So just take this out, but the question is, where will it go? Does it just go into the ether sphere? Does it go into that historical holding parking lot? Or do we actually say, I don't know what the date on was this. You know, it's been lost in translation, I think.
Oh, it says that it's talking about 14.
Yeah, it was talking about 14.
So it's got to
support the
13,
implementation
12,
of Common
13.
Core and prepare students for the
We
test in
brought back 5 days
2014.
and 13.
My recollection is this is 13. 13,
Yeah.
13, 14.
Yeah.
And I
We
think
first met with Leslie in
2013.
2013.
13.
Mhm.
And, yeah. And then this is a summation of what we had already done prior to the meeting.
I mean, I guess we could move it into the appendix, into the, the way we kind of.
I like keeping the historical, to see where we've really come.
Okay.
All this has been done.
I think it's a really important thing to show that the board's not just.
And that's what's really gonna grow in
We
this.
gave
They're
it a
gonna be
whole
excited.
Saturday, and 2 of them were, do a whole lot of work.
Well, and with all these goals and things that the district has accomplished are going to be memorialized. It has to be shown
And
that
that's important.
this district has been sitting around, growing moss, busy. So I think it probably should be moved into an appendix. We'll call this, wish I knew for sure if this was, we met with Leslie in spring of 2013, I recall. The spring of 2013, right? That would have been the 12-13 school year.
Was that November of 13-14?
Was it?
No, because they're talking about testing in 14, prepare students for test in 14. So it had to have been 12-13, because 13-14 would have been the test, more than likely.
We will be adding computers to the site.
This is all before,
Listen,
Safety plans were
First
developed.
amendment.
We didn't have.
well, and that's when we
we're
were able
gonna-
to start restoring things from the restoration.
For the, yes, we
12-13.
built it, that committee was established in developing what we would, our priority list of, what we focus on in restoring for the following year. Because we were already mid-year when we came on board. So we weren't able to do a whole lot in that year that we came on board.
No, because we adopted the restoration plan
Mhm.
before we had funding to do it. It seemed like we no sooner did it than Prop 30 was passed.
Yeah.
And
It was that same year,
Was
when
it-
we were
was
elected, it was that Prop 30 was on the ballot when we were on the ballot.
what was Prop 30 in 13 or 14?
No, it was when we were running.
What year was
Because
Prop 30 adopted?
I remember it being part of our flyer.
Let
We
me check
were
on that.
promoting it.
Here's what I found on the web. For what year was
Okay.
Prop 30 adopted?
It was recorded.
It was on the November ballot in 2012.
Was it that far back?
It was on the ballot in November 2012.
November 6, 2012.
Then,
It was passed by California voters on November 6, 2012, also called the Schools and Local Public Safety Protection Act of 2012.
So that would have changed our budget in 12-13. So this had to be 12-13. We will confirm that, but I think we moved into the appendix. Just take
Yes.
one
We
page.
have it in our history right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paste.
Yeah.
I'm still stuck on this page, which is after
Correct.
this page,
right.
so. I'm moving
So
on
what-
to the next page, which is this.
And I'm thinking that this whole thing about current status of goals is all appendix stuff. This
Yeah,
whole page.
the whole thing.
Would just be.
Historical.
And I'm not quite seeing the purpose of having the page 6 as well,
I mean, it'll all be at the end anyway.
because it's going to be at the end anyway.
Yeah.
Because
I agree.
Need to put it.
That's it, exactly. On that one.
Learning journey. That's all nuts already.
I've had my Red Bull, I've had my energy drink, I've had my tea. I'm ready to.
So what do you guys think about page 6 then? I mean,
It's gonna be at the back, there's no sense in. And if you wanna keep it, move it to the back as like a, table of contents for the appendixes.
This
See,
guy.
it says, see current
so
status
just-
of 13-14 goals on page 5.
And that's coming out.
that just comes out, okay.
And now, you put, see appendix A as 12-13, appendix B is 13-14, so you kind of keep them sequential? Because you have them as, see appendix A is 1415 and B is 1516. So you'd have to kind of roll them down and start with 1213 as appendix A, the historical. I mean, it's not that big a deal ultimately, but it'd be nice to keep them numerically in order.
Because 1213, we were still functioning under the
Mhm.
minus 5 days and
Yeah.
PDs and
But-
all that.
But now all that could be historical.
There's a variety of ways you could do it. You could take district goals and you could have appendix A, and you could have, the current year is, is 15, 16, and so when 15, 16 is done, you put a divider down on top of it, and then you put 16, 17 right on top. All the goals are now in appendix A, and then in appendix B, you've got the belief statements or appendix,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
There's different ways you could do it.
Yeah.
And so each year doesn't have to be a separate appendix.
Yeah, you could do it as all the years in appendix A.
Yeah.
And you just keep a digest. It just
Yeah,
keeps getting-
the way you started it, it didn't look like it was going to go. Yeah,
with current year on top.
Yeah.
That way you can kind of go through.
Yeah, and then you don't have to number appendix A, B, you just say, this is everything in appendix A.
Mhm.
That's fine.
You say, look at all the stuff we do when Lisa got here. That caveman that was here.
He's sitting on his hands.
So, okay, so this is, that page goes away. This is a new section. We've got a divider here. The role of the board. I strongly recommend that we don't put these together in a digest like this. I think,
Could start a board policy?
well, no, I think we have them here. I just
Yeah.
think we just have board bylaw 9,000 as a page and board bylaw 9,200 as a page.
Okay.
It
That way it
doesn't.
doesn't, if there's an update, you can always easily insert the
Yeah, you can
update
just have-
versus trying to
Yeah.
I like that.
format.
Anytime you have a change, you got this document. Yeah, you have to change the whole document.
Of course,
So you're saying because the one like overlaps onto the second page, it's inconsistent?
Well, no, it's in board bylaw. Let's say that the way we have this right now, let's just say we made a change in board bylaw 9,200. Well, we'd have to change board bylaw with we'd have to
Instead of
change.
just cut and pasting.
Paste it in here. Rather than that, we could just take out the old one and put in the new one.
Yeah.
So each page is its own, each bylaw is its own page.
Mhm.
Then we put in the page or pages for 9,200 and board.
It's all about formatting.
Board policy.
It's a formatting issue.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's a good, but we can't vote on it because Liz is in here. We can't give it a thumbs up.
You could have a majority.
No, we agreed.
Just kidding.
Don't do that to me now. You're gonna mess me all up.
Yeah.
No.
Get over there.
No more ritual.
I didn't know Jesus so well.
So we're adding, I
I
guess,
think that the
Hold on a second. Pat.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
the bylaws should be supporting evidence of what we write. I'm thinking that, performing the board's five responsibilities, or whatever we call that, and representing the community should be before the actual bylaws. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Jesus was, yeah.
No, I was going back to just a formatting problem.
Mhm.
And if we're gonna just be inserting updated board bylaws, once we get them from CSBA and so forth, this section right here on top of whatever page it is now, right where it talks about the bylaws, if we can move that onto what I call a title page, which would be this page here.
Yes, this italicized piece,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
So that would be the title page, the cover, the divider, the cover page.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, got it, great. Now, Pat, you're saying this whole section should be moved back farther or moved up or what? I'm not.
I'm thinking this person who's going to be, scanning the document rather than studying the document is make the most pertinent information for someone who's deciding to run for board or someone who has been elected for. The most pertinent information first. And in case they don't get to read the board bylaws, because they would be on the night of insomnia. Sitting down Sunday afternoon and reading. So I'm thinking they belong as supporting evidence to statements that we would make concerning what our job entitles.
Are you suggesting that page 11 come first?
Pretty much. 11,
12, 13, 14, 15,
That's your.
16, 17,
So
18 come first, and then the board policy comes after that.
the roles and responsibilities section, just move that behind the next two sections. Okay, that makes sense.
Thumbs up?
Well,
See, and I see the board policy as it being our foundation in the sense of, it's not going to change. It is going to be, it is what it is. And you can't, until you fully understand our board policy, that then you can relate to how you're going to go about performing those duties. Understanding your roles before you can learn to perform it.
Well, on the average everyday person, I'm reading this, bylaws the board bylaws are really important. What is the spirit of what I'm trying to read? And I'm kind of agreeing with Pat, because if the spirit, this is the spirit of how we function, the board bylaws are gonna be that's kind of the articles, right? Those are the things that break down how we run, but the spirit is gonna tell me more of what's the intent, and it's gonna give me a little bit more encouragement to try to read why that intent, how that's supported by the bylaws. So it's like it's almost like it's grabbing me in, right? It's kind of like, it actually would stay consistent with what we first did with those other pages with the mission, the vision, and then we got into the goals. So it's kind of like, what is the spirit, and then give me the breakdown of how this actually applies to the practical matters.
And let's face it, bylaws aren't easy reading typically. We want to kind of captivate them with this. And once we have them, then we can, support it with the bylaws. We put the chicken before the egg.
It's like reading the Cliff Notes before you read the book.
Yeah. Yeah, the spirit is, I think, probably the most important. Because there's laws and processes that dictate, but really one can't understand laws until they understand the reason for it. And that's kind of the spirit.
Yeah, and my hunch is CSBA, and I'm not speaking to the issue of order, but maybe focus here. The intent of these particular selections from the board bylaws and board policies are to ensure that in terms of our governance role, that there are clearly defined roles for the board and roles for the superintendent, and that we have.
Because prior to the handbook, that's all we really had to go by.
Yeah. So I think it's in here for that purpose. It's like we're clear on our roles and responsibilities, and that who does what is kind of, it has to be in here, but it is not nearly as if I were to say the only words coming to mind, ethereal, that's not the one I'm looking for, but more philosophical and aspirational. These seem to come before this, and then this becomes process and procedure and a clear definition of, so these seems like they would, these things would come before this, but this needs certainly to be in there because the purpose of it is just to say who does what.
Yeah.
So I don't see any problem just moving them back farther. That's really what the conversation is.
And it would be consistent with, like I mentioned at first, because it was really the spirit, the mission, and vision. And then it gets into the breakdown of the goals, and that seems to actually be a little bit more fluid when you're reading through it.
Well, interesting too is that we're going, it seems like we're going from the very abstract and aspirational, as you mentioned. If we get a little bit more concrete as we get to the goals, and this is getting pretty concrete. So there's sort of a transition in the flow of our handbook to a point where now we're getting into the nuts and bolts.
Technical.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like a heart. You know, ultimately change happens first there, and then you get into the reasons, or you get into how we practically live that out, right? Why that matters first. When we say we love our kids, you know, someone could easily define that in different ways. But when you get to, well, we love our kids and this is how, and at that point you get it a little bit more, you grab the heart first and you actually encourage them down the path of why that matters, how the practical act works out.
I agree. So do we need, I guess we have a new section for this, and it's going to be the performing the board's 5, or is that the title?
That's the title.
So do we want that before all the board bylaws that we're saying?
Yes.
That's what you're saying, it's moving that to
This
the back.
section?
And then
Yeah.
that keeps that funnel or pyramid.
That it would go probably
I got you.
up behind,
I got you.
18, you know, currently,
Is it after
Yeah,
that?
after all these, we would do
From
various,
11 to 18 or whatever.
Yeah, 11, 18.
it would go there, right, yeah. So we're just pushing it to the back prior to the appendix A. So it would be right before appendix A.
That's where it is right now. You mean the bylaws?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the roles and
bylaws.
responsibilities.
Yeah,
would
he's
go
moving
in
those
front of that.
front and in front of.
How did we get to the performing the board's 5 responsibilities? How did we conclude that these were our
Well,
5
I think
responsibilities?
my recollection is, and it's a little foggy because it's been a few years, but I think this is something that Leslie came in with a draft, and we kind of worked through the draft and, you know, kind of did a consensus around these are, and I take your question, which is what I was going to be asking, but as well as, we want to read through these and make sure these are the ones, are we cool with these? Is any work, or maybe that's not what you're going, but we probably do need to reach through these and make sure that we would set these as our 5 years.
They haven't changed.
I think these are kind of based on what we get from CSBA, that these are the responsibilities of boards in general. And,
Because I mean, to me, if I wasn't on the board, I'd be like, okay, well, how did they come to this conclusion? Why not 10? Why 5? Where, you know, where
Well, it
did it
doesn't,
come from?
I think it's just what it ended up being. I don't think. I don't think.
I don't think this was something we wrote.
no.
Yeah, but I think 5 isn't that it was really a random number. It was when they broke it all down, it just, you put in performing the board's however many responsibilities. I don't think it was any, like they went out to say, okay, we wanted to find 5 responsibilities, or you write the title after you write the responsibilities.
It's like almost like the 5 main points of,
I mean, realistically, that would be just as effective as just said performing the board's responsibilities.
Yes.
Right.
You know, 5 just seems to suggest that there are only 5, and there have always been 5,
Right.
and there will, from now on, only be 5.
Yeah, exactly.
It will never change.
Yeah.
So take it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Take the 5 out.
And I think we need only.
take out 5.
All right, now, you just cost us 30 more minutes.
So we just scratched 5, and just said performing the board's responsibilities.
The role of the board on page 14. I think it should be, I'm working on the 2 contracts.
Right.
Oh, 7, according to the document that was here. Let's see, forget it.
Okay.
That was the board bylaws.
Okay.
I didn't realize that.
Okay.
Okay.
So Jesus, on this, we're gonna strike the word 5.
Page 11.
We're just gonna say performing board responsibilities. Okay. Do we need to look through, I mean, has everybody read through these? Do you have any suggestions or, I mean, I do pretty much feel, I'm pretty much thinking this is what we got from CSBA and unless we
Yeah,
added
there's
we did some words
There's
or
stuff
some
there, yeah.
tweaking or something, I'm guessing we got this from them. And this was in its basic format that we received.
What if we went to representing the community and creating a sustaining positive culture next, rather than the 5? Because, I mean, they didn't turn me on at all. I just don't know
How about let's do, I don't know. Should we take a few minutes, all of us just kind of read through these and kind of the whole section from 11 through page 14?
Because even the title, we set direction for community schools.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting my head around exactly what you're saying here, so maybe I just need to dive deeply into this for a minute. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Take a few minutes to do that. Need more time? You good? Good. Let's see.
Am I in trouble? Am I in trouble?
James Michael Baldwin.
Make sure I got his attention.
Enjoy it, Gary.
The transition.
Have to keep it light.
I'm just hoping my head was hidden behind Peter's on the camera, so that look wasn't
Well, that's on, isn't it?
This one's gonna get some hits now.
Okay, my thinking is that with this section, we probably should come up, I believe these and these are two separate sections. These seem like how we will work together as a board, and these are the procedures and protocols for the what we do wins. Two separate things.
Yes.
And so
Put a divider.
yeah, they're divided between these two. I'm just trying to think of what would be the title of this section for performing the board's responsibilities, representing the community, creating and sustaining a positive culture. Because notice that the subheading there is building and sustaining trust among team members. Whereas the one previous to that is how do we represent the interests of the community and kind of fleshing out how that fits in, you know, what our role is.
Right.
So there's different elements, but it all comes to the heart of how we work together and how we envision our role as a board and what we, you know, how we process information, how we represent ourselves to the community, how we represent ourselves to each other in the meeting, how we conduct it. You know, there's kind of a process part of all this. So, does anybody have any thoughts about the title of the section?
I don't know about title or section, but that representing the community, page 12, the whole thing is, does it need to be in here?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
Yes.
I
But
only
then-
found one
but then we
section
need
that
to-
I liked.
I know, I had trouble with some of it because it leaves it open for being manipulated, but it should be maybe somehow more directed towards the children.
Well, I think, let me tell you what the purpose of this was, I remember. Yeah, when this, and this is something that CSBA really hammers a lot in the trainings,
Yes.
is that we represent, we are, you know, I'll speak with the collective, we are represented by the community to represent the district's, you know, to conduct the district's business, right? So there are a variety of constituent groups, and we have to recognize that they are all separate constituent groups, but they are not, I mean, if there is the community is made up of all of these and many other constituent groups. And I think, as I recall, what they were getting at was, we need to be explicit about our responsibility in representing the interests of the community, because there isn't any one monolithic community. There are various elements of the community. And while they may, we represent everyone, we're doing the work of the district, not the work of the community.
Okay.
So I think they're just trying to be explicit about that.
Right.
And I didn't know if we wanted to add other groups, because there might be others here that aren't even included.
So being, not knowing, I might be out on Mars or Venus. So when I read this, the page 11, the old page 11, and I would like to suggest a new ordering of those. I then turned the page and I saw, the representing the community is really explaining we act as community leaders.
Yes.
So then I said, let's change that to we act as community leaders. And then the next one, creating a sustaining positive culture, that's really describing we establish an effective and efficient structure for the school district. So I felt that if we change these titles to match these, then it made more sense to me. And then I thought, so is there one of these for each one of the 5? And there isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm like, okay, maybe I'm off in left
No,
field.
you're not.
Okay.
Where you are so far.
And then the other thing that I noticed was, when you look at the old page 15, supportive structures and processes, really the section that is we establish effective and efficient structures for the school district. And then in that is more processes. And then this section, what was really interesting is when you went down, there was a belief statement before each process. So that, I'm looking to make it consistent and have the language and the lexicon match up. So I don't know if that then gives more clarity to it being a different section or it all being one section, but we need to unite it with common titles, right?
Time together.
Just another, and I didn't know, right? So I'm thinking, this is the way it must.
And then that's maybe why I was taken a little bit back by representing. I was like,
right, why is this here?
and I understood, but it looked like, to me, when you read it, you get the feeling like we go through all this stuff saying children, and there's this one little thing that says, hey, make these decisions that are in the best interest of improving student learning and achievement for all students. And it's just a little bit in this, and it looks like you're
talking about the adults.
Yeah, and here we are, children, everything's better for the school district, and yet I understand it needs to be in here then, but how do we tie it together better? And that makes more sense, tying it to the responsibilities or to the,
right.
I would move the community leaders up. We act as community leaders.
Yes.
As number 1. And then we set the direction for the community schools. Then we provide support. Then we establish it. Maybe then, again, with my little funnel. But I don't know. That was a lay person coming to it.
The CSB is very, very clear that the primary purpose that the board serves, one of them is to hire and fire as needed and evaluate the superintendent. So that's a primary function of boards. That's why they exist. The other is to provide and adopt all of the board's policies and procedures, so the policies in particular. And then to accomplish the mission of to set and establish the goals and mission of the district. So those things are clearly, they are, for every single CSB training, boom, 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 those things are clearly hammered home. And so I think that I don't think that they necessarily, one is higher than, I don't think they're hierarchical. I believe that they all exist. So it makes sense to go ahead and put community leaders and then follow that with represent, making that title.
Yeah.
We act as community leaders. And then the next one, building and sustaining a positive culture, is provide support through our behavior and actions. And we may need to, over time, come up with how we want to maybe have some statements about, we ensure accountability to the public, we evaluate the superintendent, we don't have that yet, but that is one of the primary functions of the board.
It doesn't have a process.
It doesn't have a process.
I'm highly
Another-
wanting to know that.
Yeah, so this becomes a table of contents as the responsibilities, as well as, a bullet point. I like to have that type of tie together.
Yeah, like, in the instance of evaluating, based on what? Based on what goals? Based on, and I think that has to be very, very clear, for everyone involved in that respect, because you do want, whether you're in that transitional phase and you've only been here 6 months and you're having to evaluate, you have that clear understanding of that responsibility and knowing how to make the connection with the set district goals. And if that's what you're using to evaluate your superintendent, and then he or she knows as well, this is regardless of who's here, this is what they're going to be basing it on.
It is important, and it also, and I have some history with this in this district, because when I got here, there really wasn't a very good effective evaluation tool.
Right.
And there was sort of this checklist of disparate items of things, did you return phone calls promptly, kind of thing.
Yeah, but it was this random check.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
Do you have a Cub Scout troop or something?
You smile when you walk into
it seemed very subjective and very not aligned with district goals at all. And so it was very awkward for me. And it was awkward for the board because they didn't know. And so I like the idea of having these things in here and it's defined. But I think we're very clear about that. The board sets the goals, sets the priorities, establishes, and even now with the LCAP, I think it even clarifies it even further. Well, these are the things we're getting done. Now, superintendent, get to work, get these things done. The board holds the superintendent accountable. That's fine, because then the superintendent holds the directors and the principals accountable, and the principals hold the assistant principals accountable, and the directors hold the coordinators accountable, and there's this hierarchy that everybody holds everybody accountable because the board said this is what we're doing. And so I think all of that flows now, but it needs to continue to be refined so that it's spelled out. You can start, but it's not in here yet. So.
I was thinking we needed a general statement, like the one that you did when you started it, that the board is elected to manage the business of the school district. I forget what you said, but anyway, just a general statement of our purpose. We're not here to represent every third house on Sierra Vista, or to always agree with the teachers and always support the PE teachers.
We're here to conduct the business.
A general, overall encompassing statement. What are we here for? And then under that, put subpoints of responsibilities. And in this responsibilities list, I didn't find anything that was truly grabbed me until I came to the accountability part. And evaluate the superintendent. I wouldn't put that first, but monitor, review, revise policies, services, all the rest of those things, and maybe there will be others. But there's some that ensure positive personnel climate exists. As a board member,
I would be
are we responsible for that?
I don't know how we would be.
That's, we're responsible for keeping us solvent, keeping us legal, keeping the teachers and the principals in the classroom, or on staff? And-
Maybe it meant amongst the board members.
I'm sorry?
Maybe at the time it was written and not being here, maybe it meant ensure positive personal climate exists within the board member.
Well,
Well, to me, it sets the tone, because if you don't have that
Yeah, if you don't have the.
from the top,
Exactly.
how do you expect it to transfer down to
And it's
everyone
assumptive
else?
at that point.
And if you're looking at that whole that whole section, it says we provide support through our behaviors and actions, right? And to ensure a positive personnel climate exists. If the board were toxic in terms of how they, the culture and the climate that they, through their behavior and actions, then that establishes that that's who we are, and
And
the
that's
superintendent
okay.
can act that way,
Right.
and so through the
And so on
board's
and so
behavior,
forth.
yes, and so, yeah, and it filters all the way down.
Right.
So if that's there, I mean, it's saying that through our behaviors and actions, we're going to ensure that we ensure a positive personnel climate exists, because that's how we act. And we expect everybody else to do the same.
But somehow it needs to say that, and that we're not expected to go out to each teacher and say, hey, we need to pop.
No, I think once you get into that, then you get into the weeds.
Yeah,
And, I mean, it's really just, it's overarching.
It's
To
the overarching.
whom much is given, much is required, right? So,
Mhm.
but it just comes down to us, the accountability starting from the top.
The other one was, are we thinking about putting even the board self-evaluation as part of the accountability process? Because I know Pat had mentioned, just as it is equally responsible to evaluate our superintendent, we need to evaluate ourselves.
And it is in our bylaws.
Correct.
We will do an annual self-evaluation.
Correct. So, I mean, it is an accountability process, it is a procedural process that we need to be consistent with.
Right.
Have we been doing that, everyone?
No. We need to.
The other thing is an individual. We speak when we speak to the community,
We are
we as a board, we have agreed that we will talk about apples today. But I'm not going to go to someplace at the fair board meeting and say, no, we're not doing any apples this year, we're doing oranges. And so, and when we're not as an individual, we only exist as a group.
Correct.
Okay?
Yes.
So as an individual, I have no say except for my voting on the ballot box. But as a group, I can express opinion, or not opinion, but a statement that, yes, Calaveras is a priority school. And so will Earl Hardin. And I mean, so
And maintain that push as far as what we've agreed to as a board, because things that we have not agreed to, we may have our own personal opinion, but that is not reflective of the board as a whole.
And I think that's Brown Act governed already, so technically speaking, I mean,
but nobody knows, I mean, if they're just coming into this type of job, you know what Brown Act is?
Right.
well, they're gonna have to learn.
Well, I know that
Given,
you have to, but maybe that's something we need to state too, under auspices of the Brown Act.
well, here, to me, my perspective is that we gotta be careful too, because, you're right, as individual board members, we can't speak for the rest of the board. And it would be to anybody's detriment once they start getting on to their own, whether they start pushing something they oppose the board or whatever, right? That becomes its own separate issue. But if it relates to communicating at that point, then you're, in a sense, there's a minimization of that person's First Amendment to say, the board voted this way, and that's what I could share with you about it. But that doesn't mean that you yourself as an individual can't engage into a conversation, and obviously be wise to just keep it open-ended where you're not making commitments or promises.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't want to minimize the dialogue with an individual and assume that they lose their First Amendment because now they're part of the board. And at that point, you're saying that as a collective, you can only speak, and therefore you lose your First Amendment. Yeah, I know it comes with contradiction, so I would rather not allow that in there so it doesn't get into the ambiguity. it could easily just get into a rabbit trail of issues, I think.
But the thing is that then you're caught in that, you know, especially if we're talking to the paper, and they're looking for that division, or they're looking to cause some separation amongst us, and that's where I think there has to be some clear understanding as how we relate to one another, and as a body is reflective of what we want to ensure that is represented in the media, in the public. Because yes, we're individuals, but we also have that respect of the action we take as a board, and recognizing that even though you may not have agreed with that, but you were there, I am 100% behind the decision of the board. And at that point, there's no more discussion that needs to be had, because, I mean, we may have our own opinions, but expressing them then causes that mistrust, and then you're reading things into it, and then the way it's put in the paper. And I just wouldn't want my comments to deter from all the work that we're doing in communicating with one another and maintaining that positive relationship with one another and growing that, because I mean, other people from the outside are going to try to divide it, and so that's
always going to be
you know.
the case.
You know, but one of the things that has always stuck with me since the very first time I went to a CSBA training, and it was a new and first term board members training, and this is actually before I was in this district, but I've heard it said a couple times. I'm pretty sure it was Leanne Berman covers this part, but she says, you know, there are points where, I mean, as board members, you are voting your conscience. You're voting what you see in the facts and the information that's brought to you. So you're not expected to join the board to vote as a monolith, that it's always 5-0. There will be times when an individual, because of conscience or background or the way they interpret things or whatever, are going to have differences, and that's perfectly okay. In fact, if it didn't happen, people would be suspect about the board, because are they really contemplating this thing? I mean, Lyndon Johnson said, you know, if two people agree all the time, you could bet your boots that only one of them's doing the thinking. You know, and so there's that element of that kind of communicates a message. But at the end of the day, when that individual who does differ, the thing that always stuck with me is that idea that when asked later, the board voted this out, you didn't, what were you thinking? The response that they said was, you know, I voted the way that I see the facts, but in the end, the board has spoken, and I support the will of the board. And it was really clear that they were getting at was that individual board members don't forfeit their First Amendment right to interpretation and expression through their vote. But in the end, it is important that they express the idea that the board works as a group,
United.
and that even if I differ on the board's action, the will of the board is done. The board has taken its action. The vote is taken. It's going this direction, and I support the will of the board, even though it differs than what my individual choice would have been. And so I think that was an important point to me, because it said we are always working on the sense of strength of the board as a group of individuals who vote their conscience, but in the end, we're not going to be picked off or divided by different groups of interests who might try to see me as somehow not a member of the board, but as an individual. And I think that was what they were getting at.
I could totally support that if it was phrased a little bit different, because to me that would be an inconsistency. That's like if my wife said, you know what, this is the decision that we're making, and I didn't agree with her, and then, I mean, ultimately, right, when I make the decision with her, that I have to support what she's, you know, so ultimately I'm trusting her, right? But if for some reason I don't agree, her kids are going to pick it out right off the bat, right? So I would be lying to them if I said, oh, I support what she said or how she did it, instead of saying, you know what, you need to trust your mother. It'd be a little bit of a different thing, because then at that point I'm not saying that I agree with her. It just means that we're working together. But And kind of what you were saying is a little bit, the struggle that I have with that is that you pretty much admitted to nullifying someone's voice outside of here. Like and it doesn't mean, again, I'm not saying that that means that you have to get into this contradictory argument with anybody else. But if I tell somebody, hey, I voted opposite of that, and then they said, oh, so you don't agree with them, and I said, oh yeah, I do agree with them, which is basically what I'm saying. When I say, well, I just support what they did, then at that point, there's a little bit of an
You don't have to agree with them, you just support them.
it's just, but all I'm saying is, and it gets into this whole thing about getting into the weeds, right? Ultimately, anybody who wants to divide us is gonna try to divide us. So when you get into writing a policy and dictating that this is what you have to do, that's not gonna change the heart of the person, because the policy does nothing to change anybody. It's what is the spirit, what's actually happening, and the consistencies will create that right dialogue. The inconsistencies will make me say, you know what, I see a process, but it's honestly it's just fluff. It doesn't mean anything to me, because I don't see how this is consistent. And I'm just speaking directly, you know, I mean, so do I agree with us working together? Yes. Do I agree that, that there's gonna be disagreements and that we have to respect those disagreements? Yes. Do I agree that, we have to make sure that we somehow just shut up and not say anything? No, I don't. I think that would be an inconsistency. I mean, you would watch the video and say, hey, so you're saying that everything's okay, or that, you know, what you guys agreed, that you're somehow just agreeing with that. I just have, if I said yes, they watched the video and said, well, you're lying, because the video says that you didn't agree. If I just try to just keep the peace and say, you know what, I don't want to talk about it, you know.
There's also a statement that says, if mama's not happy, nobody's happy. So,
Yeah.
But
so in that case,
you can get your point across and say, hey, I voted the way I felt.
Exactly.
You know, and they're going to take from that immediately that you still feel that way. But you say, as a whole, the board is moving in a direction that they see fit, and I will support that. And we will continue, because if you didn't support it, you wouldn't be on the board anymore. You'd be like, I can't do this anymore. I'm not going to support anything.
Well, see, that's the thing, and maybe that's where the clarifying element is, because I'm not going to go out there and fight it. I'm not going to go out there and create havoc. But I mean, it's obvious I didn't agree, and we moved on, right?
Yeah.
We moved forward.
But by saying, you know, hey, I voted, you can even say, I voted the way I feel was what was best, and I didn't agree with the board, but I have their back, okay? And I support their decision. You're not supporting that it's right or wrong. You're supporting that it was a majority rule, and that's what happened. It's not that you know, but by saying, hey, I voted the way I felt was right, or I feel is right. So it still rings true. But yet, you know, like if for example, the AAA, moving to AAA, I felt very strongly about it. Had it still moved, I would have said, man, I voted the way my heart, the way everything that every part of me understood. But you know what? They voted that way, and by golly, I'll support that. Okay?
And I guess the spirit of what I'm saying is, if we're trying to avoid creating opinions, the opinions are going to happen. You know, silence is going to create an opinion just as much as talking. You know, when you have a 5-board vote that says yes, 99% of the time, you're going to have an opinion. So what is the spirit of what we're trying to do? Create consistency? Then I would say then yeah, we have to make sure that we respect each other's decisions. We don't undermine the board. But I also say that we have to be very careful not to assume that when a board member is out in the public, that all of a sudden he loses his voice, and that's kind of what I guess is taken in the spirit of what Steve said.
But it's not taking away the voice. It's the collective voice, and making sure that, because ultimately we're board members. Any action we take when we're sitting on the dais is as the collective body. Once we step down from the dais, we're regular community members. We have no authority. We only have authority there. That is the only time we have any power.
And
it is power as a whole.
Each one of us as individuals need to be aware that our individual voice outside of this can affect the power that we have as a collective.
Exactly. Yeah, so you have to make sure that you're careful with I mean, that applies to anything, right? You have to make sure that you're careful about your conversations, that you're not.
And that's what I meant.
Yeah.
It wasn't to stifle or
Yeah.
prevent
Yeah.
us from having them, because we want to maintain that
I mean,
connection.
there's so many times I find myself being very general for specific reasons.
We have to.
But again, that still doesn't, it's, at that point, it's at least consistent because I'm, if I say, well, this is what the board did and that's what they voted on, and, I voted my conscience, but if you want us to dig into a little bit deeper, you can watch the video or whatever. There's no inconsistency in that, you know what I mean? So,
And that's,
so-
that's kind of what
so that's why I'm
trying
saying
to
is
get to.
the spirit of what's being said, here really reflects a lot, and that's why I'd rather be careful on that language rather than being very specific and then all of a sudden I remind the very thing that we're trying to do.
I think as one of the things is it really is a delicate balance, because, we don't give up our First Amendment rights when we join the board. But whenever you go anywhere, you're no longer Elsa or Peter or Liz, you're a board member. You walk on a school campus and
Grocery store, wherever you're at.
you walk on a school campus, so they're not going to look at you as a parent or something. There's a board member here. Oh, board member here. And
With the chain gang.
so what I'm getting at is that you that doesn't go away. I mean, you just can't,
Yeah.
So it's just something that board members just have to work through. And when you talk to somebody, you're always clear about, I'm expressing my own personal opinion. I'm not speaking, to you as the board.
Amen. I completely agree. I mean, there's no decisions being made outside of, the board chambers. So
Right.
there's nothing that you could do to alter that. And once you get that pretty cemented, then it's, everybody has their hopes and dreams, and it could be a very subjective conversation about what you wish for the district, and everybody has their different views about how that applies.
But we want to make sure that this document
Yes.
kind of helps with that struggle and help guiding, new board members in creating that understanding, so that we don't cause any unneeded grief.
So, and I would say in that sense, then the language should be as an encouragement, right? It should be something that says, hey, this is what creates unity. But it's a careful consideration that because it doesn't become the force of hand. Because then at that point, in our selfish nature, we definitely we step back instead of stepping in.
I'm intrigued by this conversation in the way that we are using the word "the board." So when we say "the board," is that inclusive of me? So when we say "the board did," are we saying that as me being inclusive to that? And when we say "they voted," are we being inclusive of me? So when people hear that kind of language, pick up on that. And it could be you're being inclusive. Instead of saying something as, we as a board had a difference of opinion. We voted, and now we're implementing the decision.
Sure.
Like, we as a board had a difference of opinion, and
You're not planting that seed.
you're not planning it. It's that and you get to acknowledge you had a difference of opinion, and that's okay. And now we're implementing the decision that was made.
Without being destructive.
Right. But I'm just, again, language, and I think you've picked that up. When we say the board, making sure that people are interpreting it as an inclusive. And when we say the decision or their decision, that they're interpreting it as inclusive. Because whether or not it was a 4-1 or a 3-2, it's still, we made that vote.
Right.
Whether the vote was 5-0, 4-1, 3, whatever it was, that was still, we made that vote.
Right.
And then a decision was made by the we, and we are now, as the we, implementing it. And I don't think that denies you of still having your individual opinion. So it's just something I'm thinking about, the language of how we use it, that we maintain our individuality and our identity and our opinion, and that we work as a cohesive unit.
I agree. And that was kind of why in some of like the study session, we were struggling, you know, even as new board members with how do you respond to this? How do you do this? How do you, you know, because we weren't even sure as a new board member, and then you're selected as president, okay, and you're getting emails or you're getting phone calls. How do I handle this? What would be the proper way of, you know, of going about it? And we want to give our board members all the tools that they're going to need to be successful, and not, you know, I really just did this one, you know, so that it's a tool as well, and it's helping us build that relationship and that trust. Because I mean, that is developed in time, and communicating, and hours of communicating.
Yeah, lots of
sometimes. But you know, great things come from that. I am a true believer in that. You really learn to understand the other person from their heart, and their intentions become more clear.
Great conversation.
Wait, wow.
That's the purpose of the
Okay.
I mean, yes, it was very interesting,
very
but I'm a very concrete person. I don't do real well in the clouds. But, not that that was cloud, but anyway, the purpose of the document here is to help train our rookies. Is
And to guide our current actions.
Exactly.
It's our reference manual.
Exactly. And I'm thinking, in conjunction with these other things that we were discussing here, what should come first? The responsibilities of the board member, or expectations? Expectations as you attend board meetings and functions. If you, what did I write down? You keep informed, reading the documentation from the agenda and the supporting documents. You, and what we were just discussing, support the board decisions.
Those are still our responsibilities, though.
I'm sorry?
Those are still responsibilities, though.
You think?
Yeah, I think that's kind of pretty another list.
I'm trying to get to something concrete where we can give this to the next board member, and they can read it, and they can at least have an idea of where they're going, and what's going to be expected of them, and how they can function.
I like the way it's already written up. I mean, the only difference is just putting these 11 to 18 up in front of the board policies.
Maybe messing up the order.
One thing I suggest, I really like Lisa's idea about kind of reorganizing these,
Creating a nexus.
so that anything that flows from them follows sequentially. So that we would start with, we act as community leaders, and just have that as the next bullet point.
Yes.
And then, you know, the next page, or the next, it would be, and then creating, sustaining a positive culture would actually be changed to read, we provide support through our behaviors and actions. And, is that what you had, Lisa?
Yeah, I like that.
And then.
So there's a direct nexus between,
Yes.
like I said, it becomes a table of contents for the next 5 pages.
Yes.
Yes.
And then we take the board's responsibility becomes the heading for this section. The whole section.
I like that.
Yeah.
So
I like that.
Pick up on that one?
Is it done yet?
Before I start, listen, I want to
They're
make
like a
sure,
half an hour ago.
I just want to make sure that this page right here on the left, that's going
Yeah.
to make sure that we're going to start rearranging that page. Is that what you're saying?
So on page Your page 5, where you have it, yes, yes,
Just say yes. That's all.
yes, I like that. Okay. And then what Gary is suggesting is that we then have number 2 as we provide support through our behavior and actions.
So this part that's in yellow,
So back to page 5, and where it says we provide support. That whole section goes as the second section. And now that becomes the title of
The next page.
page 7 and 8.
this page right here.
And then is the third one on page 5, we establish an effective and efficient, page 5, is that the third one?
Yes, or we provide support through, no?
So we establish effective and efficient, which is now number 4, becomes number 3. I think that's what you were suggesting.
It is.
Okay. And then that now becomes the title of the supportive, what's now supportive structures and processes. Then if that, that becomes we establish effective and efficient.
So what is this page follow?
That is also
Oh, this page?
the second one.
This is over here? Okay. I'll change that.
Again, I think we're leaving a story,
I think so.
you know, of who we are, what we're about, using consistent language so people can follow along in the story.
Right, good. So I wonder,
Then we know the 2 sections we need to fill out.
yes, yeah. Pretty close on a lot of it. From a formatting standpoint, would you like to pick, some of this is 11, some of it's 12. Get into these boxes, it's all much. Use the, like 11. Do we want this font, the print letter size to be consistent throughout the document?
Yeah.
This looks weird. I noticed that, just on this one, that we set the direction of the community schools is like 12 or maybe even longer.
I think he fixed that. Go back to page 5. It's scary that I'm memorizing these things. Yeah, he fixed all.
Oh, you fixed that,
Oh,
okay.
did he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Direction.
1, 2, 3,
Yes, yeah, yeah.
4.
Okay. That's good. Jesus, what's the letter size for the letters?
This one?
Yes.
It says 11.
11? Is 11 throughout the document?
It just depends on where you're at. Usually it's 12s,
Yeah.
12s or 14s.
I think you get it on one page.
I think that's
Yeah.
what I did 11.
If you look at 100%, that's 100% right there. So if you start going through the document. When I was split, it looks really small. So it's not as small as it looks like.
Yeah, these just look so small on my handbook. Yeah, just big as this, and looking at the 11s or the 12s up on the screen. Okay. I just, again, we talk about consistency, and
Yeah.
continuity, we just don't want it to seem like we.
That's just,
I just want it to be consistent for the reader.
gotcha.
Okay, so we have now taken and put all of these in one section, correct? And do we want to have roles and responsibilities, this new section then? And are we done with this? I guess I should ask, are we done with this section?
Do you want to add board self-evaluation so that we ensure accountability?
Holding the board,
I think it needs to be, there needs to be an action in there.
I'm gonna say we're going to the title page, right?
Yes, for that whole section is going to be, well, it sounds like it might be something vague, but right, as it stands right now, it says performing the board's responsibilities is the name of that section. In fact, you could take it off of there, off the top of that head, because that page now will stand alone. Almost seems redundant.
So what, the way we had it on the table of contents when we started way in the wee hours ago was just roles and responsibilities, I think. We took off playing, gaining clarity.
Haven't we gone from the roles to now performing?
Mm-hmm.
The how-to? The how-to?
That's what you have so far, so from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get into the appendices.
Yeah, good idea, sure. Just kind of paste them right there just in case. It'll come off.
So do we want to go back then to approve these two sections that we just did? So we kind of did both. Performing the board's responsibilities. Is more work needed on this section? And if so, what page?
We were going to add something on board self-evaluation.
Self-evaluation.
That would probably go to accountability to the public.
Right under, we wanted to put it under evaluating.
It is now the last one.
Put it as the second bullet point under that.
Right here.
Board self-evaluation.
Board self-evaluation.
Board, sorry.
Needs to start with a verb. All the rest of them start with a verb.
Yeah. And there's
Conduct, perform, administer, whatever.
get it done.
Conduct, yeah. Board self-evaluation.
I don't want the word conduct. No, just
Now let's deal with Pat's question about the board's responsibilities. Are we performing? Is it just the board's responsibilities? Is there an action?
acting on the board's responsibility. Actions or acting on board's responsibilities, do you like that better?
Actions are, instead of acting, I think it could be like,
Pat has a question about the title of this
I
section.
just like the board's responsibility.
Yeah, but we've
Board
already
trustee
established that, and
responsibilities.
now the actions that are gonna happen is what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, I'm kind of blank on that.
I didn't major English for a reason.
Oh, throw that card out, okay.
I mean, I can live with it, but I just.
What about acting on the board's responsibilities? Is that better for you?
Really, I like just the way,
I think
performing
it's-
the
yeah.
responsibility. I
That's
think,
fine.
because we're talking about
The action of
performing, the action of performing the board's responsibilities and the hows and the whys. So does it need to be in both places? Does it need to be at the top of that page as well?
Bang.
No,
Bye-bye.
Why?
And then I wonder if we could do like 12.1.
yeah, now we'll have room,
Yeah, make that
Maybe.
maybe.
and then you take that line and
Be
leave it
consistent.
off. Yeah,
To be consistent from the other chapters,
uh-huh,
you have them on top of every page. So like, for example, you have this, and you have this. Well,
so like, can you take it off?
yeah. I can take it off. You tell me.
Take them off.
Yeah. I like that.
I like it when it's missing.
Why is that shaded?
Just a sample.
Those are belief statements, because in this section, you have belief statements underneath those protocols. The page that you're on, Jesus, it says rationale, and then we believe in the box, and we can take the back again.
Things that are not.
Mhm.
I noticed the others didn't have
Yeah, it
rationale.
doesn't. I noticed too that one of those is
Capital.
capitalized and two of them are
Do
not.
we believe with a capital B?
Sounds like music, man. Capital B.
There's our role in negotiation.
Formatting things is handled. Would it be just fair if we would ask, is just to kind of clean up the formatting, just make sure everything, there's a lot of italics in here, I guess they should, I don't know if we need to be italics. For example, responding to staff or community concerns or complaints, it's fine in the text box because it's a belief statement and that's consistent, then that's fine. But when you get down into the text, remember district personnel have legal and due process. Maybe they're trying to, maybe just italics in various places.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, Peter made a comment earlier, I think it takes away from everything else. So either you have italics, like with a quote or something, and then all the rest needs to be just the same font.
Like on 17, it all needs to be the same.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I think.
yeah. Unless it's,
I mean, it can be okay if it's in a box, be okay if it's a quote, but anything not in a box or a quote needs to be the same. Same print.
then it makes it seem like nothing else is important. If it's not italicized, it's not important.
Yeah.
Okay. You're making one thing more important over another.
Yeah.
Or here, read this priority before.
Everything else that we thought was important, that's right.
Okay, so then that was.
That's okay.
We're talking about these sections.
No.
The unity of purpose, roles, and responsibilities. It looks so teeny. For my help. Typo was on page 17.
Oh, yes, definitely 9. Yes, all of that. As I look at the bottom of my box.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Your hair's growing. You're getting ahead of you.
Right? It's 2 days right there, man.
So on that page, that's you're scrolling by, on page, yes, on the right. Yep. Right in the middle, there's some 9 points, it looks like, or 10.
That part, yeah.
That part.
These are all 10s.
11. 11. Did you make those 10s, 11s, please? No.
And then that conversation, discussion, getting, pick the font.
What do you want? Top 10 or
No,
No italics.
no italics. What about on page 15, Lewis? 1, remember district personnel have legal and due process rights that must be honored. And maybe that needs to be called attention to, so that's specific.
Which one?
Under redirect on the left, on page 15, on the old page 15, right there, you got it, on the right. See where it says redirect? There's a italics in that, in the right middle. I think a lot of this is real direct. See this paper reach.
There's some pages that have a line at the bottom and others that don't.
Like that one.
That one and the next one.
Yeah, the next, yeah, those two. The next one after that does not. The one after that one does.
I hate those lines, but you never remember how to take them off.
Yeah.
Like.
I'll clean it up. I'll take the lines out.
You'll take the lines out.
So I guess my question is, after this, we have I left these 2 pages blank because after this, do we want to continue with unity purpose, appendix A, B, C, D, whatever? Or do we want to take that page out and then just start with appendix A? And then appendix B and appendix C?
I would take that out.
Just, I mean, you can change it into a title of appendices.
In the middle of the page,
So that.
just like we do, like
The section.
the section coming before.
Except it probably could go higher.
I hate that.
I'm so glad he's doing it. It's like, go.
While he's doing that, let's have we have a conversation. So how do you feel about the idea of taking, at least for now, we can add new appendix and add new information all the time, right? We want to release statements about what, like we talked earlier about the discipline committee could be in appendix B or whatever. But as you do add those things, is everybody settled or comfortable with the idea that all the appendix A is going to just continue to have all the goals, the historical, so oldest on the bottom and newest on top? We could put dividers between, like a yellow sheet or sheet between each year, so it doesn't all run together. It kind of helps tell the story. There's a break, kind of a transition between one year and the next. But that would all be in appendix A.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking at the current year, you have goals. Let's say we pull it right straight out of the LCAP. We said, there's our goals, and these are our highlights. We're going to highlight the priorities and things we really want to move forward. Or we had some academic goals, and that all achievement gap between Hispanics and white students will be no more than 8% or something. You had something that's a priority, a real target for the goal. That would be somehow called in on that goals page somewhere. I mean, it'd be in that appendix A. So you'd always be looking for what we're working on. You'd know appendix A would be those things. Is that what everybody's
We
thinking?
reference that to the, in the body of the thing, when we talk about the goals, reference the, current LCAP
It should be called out, it should, you know.
are located in appendix A.
Yeah.
So that they don't know that, and they can go look for it.
We talked about the Brown Act a lot, and people coming onto the board and knowing the Brown Act and making sure that, yes, they need to know it and realize it quickly. Is there a place in here that we should have that, or a link to that, or something, so that if we were to give this to someone, and they keep hearing the Brown Act, then they know
I agree.
where to go for it? And then it's also an assumption that we govern ourselves around that, obviously, but
Yeah, I think it always needs to have supporting information.
We always get a copy.
right.
Would that go under responsibility for performing?
I don't think it's in the appendix or just somewhere, that it's easily accessible to me, that I just, oh, this is the Brown Act they're talking about.
Yeah.
But
I think
it's usually like this, but,
Mm-hmm.
and so it would really
I'm gonna
add to
link,
the book.
No,
Just if you added a link to
link,
it.
you know, the link, like a web address.
Yeah, we get, because the Brown Act itself is government code. But there are a number of handbooks. We get one from Lozano Smith. We just actually, this was one at CSBA the other day, and that was FFNF.
They give us excerpts from the Brown Act, but they always reference back to whoever your counsel was at the time and use their.
So right now, unless that changes, we should, I mean, technically, there's no reason why we couldn't put a copy of the, I mean, it seems to be a logical place actually to do is we get a handbook from Lozano Smith every year. In fact, we get as many copies.
Can I put the PDF on the website?
I'll put the PDF on the website and
Brown Act isn't that long.
the actual, yeah, you're right.
So, I mean, to add it in, I don't think it'd be a big deal.
Just easily, readily accessible, you're not having to go find it. We know that it's the thing.
It becomes supporting at that point, the person that's reading it can actually see that supporting evidence, and it becomes more cemented.
And it's amazing how many times outside of board meetings, people want to talk about the Brown Act.
Exactly.
All the time.
I think it says an awful lot that if we include it as part of the handbook, that we have a link to it and everything else, that we're saying, you know, we're aware of the law, we follow the law. We had recently had a little kerfuffle over the actions that on Mike's appointment, and there was some article in the paper that suggested, well, this could be seen as a violation of the Brown Act. And it would be contrary to our stated goals and how we see ourselves. It's right here in our handbook. We prioritize that. We follow the handbook. And it's just a newspaper editor or something.
Some dirt, some juice.
Yeah, so it didn't go anywhere, but I think it just kind of adds credibility to our professionalism as a board that we observe
And how things are, I think this is mentioned, you know, how things are even agendized. And, you know, what our obligation as a board in presenting that to the community. And we could, I mean, add every single document, but do we meet the letter of the law by providing X, Y, and Z? The addition or, you know, copies or whatever else, you know, if we don't have it, because it puts a lot of pressure just to meet the time frame. And, you know, being board president, sitting with Gary is just, I want to be able to get that out to our board members, because even though we have the length of time, if we could get it sooner, it's just so much easier because we do have a lot of digesting to do. And when we have questions, we can, you know, go to Gary right away and he can, you know, send us to Kathy or, you know, to whomever. to answer our questions. So there's that lead time that we just, as board members, we need to ensure that we're taking that time productively to get informed.
Right, right.
And so it's just that, you know, we may not have everything to present, you know, to everyone or the community at that moment when it's posted, but are we meeting our obligations? Yes. So it's just, but it's always, and I know it's like, can we do it sooner rather than later? You know, I know we have the 3 days, but can we give them 4? Can we, you know, and Gary's like, gosh, Liz, you know, it's just, because I know it's hard.
Yeah.
You know, and people, it's not the only thing they're working on, but it is, you know, for the board's intent, you know, because it is such a huge responsibility, what is being presented before us, that it's just always wanting to give us more time to read, digest, reflect, you know, produce the questions that we need to know to get informed, to make the best decisions, you know, for the district.
To me, I think that's part of coordinating our community, right? We're saying this is the reality and this is not an assumptive thing that we're doing. And it actually creates a better dialogue. At that point, it's not, we're telling you how this works. This is us helping you we want you to understand. And I think at that point, it actually starts to curb any kind of skepticism, because people are knowing what it is and they can understand it, or they would try to understand it. It becomes more of a supporting document to actually help the district in their functions.
Is that the California copy of the?
This is from the Attorney General's office?
Probably the best one.
Or that one?
Yeah, it says California Department of Justice underneath.
Yes. Anybody's.
That governs any
Yeah.
city house, anyway.
Anybody. So as far as that header goes, that heading, Jesus, I wonder if it might be helpful under the Brown Act on the heading of the document. Since the public or a potential prospective board member may not know what the Brown Act is, if they parenthetically underneath that heading said, you know, the Ralph M. Brown Act, and then parenthetically California open meeting laws, would that kind of, just kind of a little bit more information.
Clarifying what that means.
But it just.
Make it smaller, it doesn't have to be exact same size, it's just a little.
What that?
But that's all.
On paper, it looks just fine.
Okay.
Or not.
Yeah, if you just spell out California and then. What's your name?
Oh, boy.
Yes. Yes, we are.
I think, yeah, they're gonna be EFS.
2021.
Do we want caps on laws?
Yeah.
That's what I was-
All right, thank you.
So you can see I'm very well taken care
Is it, Jim?
of. Very well.
Capital L in laws, this is.
Yes, thank you.
That was your husband?
Yes.
Did you see his alarm?
Eric's already
You guys didn't even notice, I already told you. He was responding.
No, but he's not here.
It's my support. It's awesome.
Watching the ball game.
Yeah, that's great.
Warriors. Warriors.
He's all Shuntums?
I'm like, nothing's happened over here. That's it. He's like, he knows how this needs to roll.
So assuming, and I don't know if we need.
Everybody knows, guys, sorry.
Yeah. So if we've got, you want to show that just the past copies that we had in the appendix, that just to kind of make sure everybody kind of clear on the 14, 15 those were priorities. Those were all things we didn't necessarily keep track at that point. I'm trying to think of how we kept track in 14, 15. Well, yeah, there it is, right next to it. Yeah, in
So that's
14,
actually what we used for your evaluation.
it is, and that's why I thought it would be a better document, because by using that, it says these were the goals. And I wrote the big ideas. I said, these are the things that we said were the priorities. That's the big idea. Did we accomplish it or not? And that's what you evaluated. And so, but buried in that are all the things we did.
Right.
And it was a busy year.
Yeah.
We did a lot. And so, I don't know that we'll want to continue doing that way, because it made sense, because we're in that transition, trying to get the LCAP in place, and we were trying to get all these things done. At that time, Lisa, our schools, for example, did not have, we envisioned this idea of on securing our campuses, for example, under the safe and positive school environments, that all schools would have what we call controlled access. So you just can't walk in the gate at the back, or just come and go. You have to go through an access point. You have to sign in. You have to get. That wasn't in place, so we wanted that in place. So it took a lot of architectural work and work with the police department around our security protocols, and then building the fences, and actually in some cases building doors, and places taking doors out, doing all kinds of things. And that was, I'm using it as an example, but that was something that was a high priority. So that got done. With our district technology, we knew that we're getting ready, that we were going to have assessments that were going to have allow all students, third and up, to have access to computers and have them on all at once and be taking the tests. Well, we need to build the infrastructure, and that was a priority. So all of these things were just not there, and we kind of worked really quick. It took resources to do that. The board committed the resources, and when we do that, that's a priority. And I think we have to keep using that language of priorities, because we are in the midst of collective bargaining, and in that conversation is going to be, these are the priorities, and they're established in the LCAP, and they're established by California state law, and that as the board takes dollars and allocates them to certain things, it's got to reflect the will and the interest of the priorities of the board, and be incorporated in and consistent flow from the LCAP, so that everything is it's connected, and that as we sit down at the bargaining table, we aren't pitting the interest of second grade students or students in a particular school or throughout the district against the interest of our staff. We've got to be able to, these are the learning priorities of students is the first priority of the district, and we use that language very intentionally, and it's continued, I think, to this point. Now, you may do something different in the future, but that's how we did it, because we wanted it to be very clear that we're trying to find a hierarchy for expenditures that gets these important things done.
Well, even when we sunshine, that's the first piece that we focus in on are those priorities, and that should be what guides us in the negotiations.
The board then set aside the target for district reserves, so that in 17-18 our target is 8 to 9%, and so those are the kinds of things that we establish. And
more T-grade only.
Yeah, more T-grade. Getting tough. So anyway, so that's that. I don't know if we need to go through that. I mean, if you're comfortable with that.
Well, I like it because this is how we introduced it. This is how it was presented.
This is how it was presented. This is how we rolled, and this is how that went. So
every year we look differently. How it's
laid out.
Yeah.
So okay. So hold us on the bottom, move us on top, and we will move forward. And if you're good with that, we actually never did do a thumbs up on the previous two sections, or the previous section, that whole section for. Before that, the performing the board's responsibilities. Do we have thumbs up on that whole section?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
When we move things around.
Yes. Okay, so we're good with that. Is anybody else getting a sense we're almost done?
Yes.
We got two that are standing, so.
My back is hurting now.
But if they might hit the wall anyway.
Are you kidding? I've got another one out in my truck. I'll go get that one, drown that one, I'm good.
Okay. I think our work is done. So what I would say then is that we've gone through each section, we got this pretty much done. We will make the final changes. Do you have any preference on colors or in terms of
I
formatting?
personally like pink.
Do you really?
No.
Oh, that's okay. No, I mean, in terms of sections, you want to call them apart with section colors? Is there anything that you want us to just choose?
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Green,
Does that
green and
mean-
yellow? No,
Don't hold on to that track. Don't do it.
Within it. Question I have regarding this history part that was basically our parking lot.
Yeah.
Do we need to keep any of this? Because this was just more of a guideline of how to get you guys to where you're at now.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking that question.
I don't
because
see
I can
any
delete
of that.
this.
Personally.
I was just keeping it here, but then I also,
Well, technically, speaking, if we have another retreat, that's
Yeah, did we
a
ever?
repeat process.
Another one of these?
Heck, yeah.
Not for a while,
Train.
not for a couple of
Any
years.
board members?
We do that after the elections. Generally, the new superintendent goes with them to the CSBA board member training initially. And then I think it's important if the dynamics of the board does change to do a retreat, just to be able to go over this document, to get them familiar and quickly on board as quickly as possible, because I mean, you're getting so much information. Even with the trainings, we were just, I think, you know, that one year, he had 4 brand new board members, so it was a lot. You know, for Gary, in 1 year to try to build.
That would be a good idea.
So the question Jesus has is, are we going to get rid of this stuff, or are we going to keep it in a history section?
I think you keep it in the history just because it does, it
So that's
shows,
how we started.
yeah, where you've come from. And it's really not,
And
there's
there's no
not,
statement about the second meeting that we had with Leslie,
Right,
only the,
the evolution of it. Right.
and it doesn't say anything about what we were today. I think we forget it.
History's great.
I mean, we've already missed, this is kind
Let's just
of
move
the
forward.
2013 version, and kind of missed out on the 2015 version.
Yeah, so-
Right now, 2016 version.
We're about there. I don't really see the need.
The purpose of it.
So
I would say eliminate it.
eliminate, guys, thumbs.
I think it gives credence to what's happened, to what's been done, personally.
the only thing that I see, I understand where you're going with this, but the only thing is that this date here has changed multiple times, the one I just highlighted. You know, it could say March 2013, it could say November of 15, it could say, you know, whatever it is, but that's changed through this process, and we haven't kept consistency
Consistent.
historical data on it.
of the evolution of where we're at now.
There may be misleading information in that, because we've made so many changes.
So then why just scrap it and start from today forward? I mean, because I still think history is important, so, but as,
The history part that you're thinking about, I think, is the appendices itself, not what I just created, a history page, just to, I gotta call it the parking lot, it's a parking lot.
Oh,
that's not-
That right there is,
Oh,
okay. So, let me take this word out, and that's basically my parking lot.
But you can include a page of the, get rid of that one, and include a review by,
We can add a statement under each appendices to say, you know, on this date, we met with CSBA for another training. We can add that in the appendices, because that's by year, by school year, I think, whatever you guys want to do, but I think that would be, keep what you guys want to do versus my parking lot. This is just my parking lot pages.
if it's a parking lot, I would say it's irrelevant.
But I did highlight this here because.
Leslie?
Yes, I had
There you go.
originally said
Okay.
yes.
The only thing I'm bringing up again though is what Pat was trying to figure out for later was formalize how we bring new board members onto our team. You were trying to formalize something, you said.
Right.
So that's where we put that in the parking lot.
Yeah,
It's just
I'd like to see the whole thing together, and then maybe the place where that belongs will become obvious.
It just really relates to the first time going to a CSBA, right? It's not, there shouldn't be too much info there because it's just the initial process.
What was the matter of making a copy of this, and having a copy of this for the new board member, as soon as they're elected, as the election results are finalized?
Well, the current step, yeah, because the current steps we have in place are that the district holds, I mean, it's available. The district holds an informational meeting about the district. That's like step one. If anybody, they don't have to go to it, but it's available. Then currently, the training formally then goes to the January new and first term board members training at CSBA. But we don't hold any kind of retreat or any kind of orientation meeting other than what we would do when the person gets here and they want to meet with. We don't have anything formalized to say, come in, we'll introduce you to everybody, the department leaders will go to each school and we don't have anything like that. And the question would be, is outside of the handbook, do we give them the handbook and then provide any other documents they might need, like a full, the Brown?
I think a retreat would be good.
It would be.
For the sake of dialogue. And another thing I was thinking of is I know it's been brought up, but we haven't done it yet, is the Masters in Governance. So that in itself, on the onset of being elected, would definitely put that new board member in the right position to really be effective.
You know, Gary had talked about perhaps bringing somebody down to this area to offer it to all school board members, a master's in governance, and maybe host it here.
Yeah, and I guess I did look into that, and it doesn't look like they're doing that anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's all online.
Oh, okay.
There's no reason not to do the online courses, though.
Right.
Do it online.
At one point, I
We could do
don't know
that too.
whether it was the last election or what, that you had to commit yourself to running and accepting the position if you were elected prior to the information meeting from the district. So we want to switch those around so people will have an idea of what the position's about before they declare that they will accept it if they're elected. Because, I mean, you might want to say,
Is that similar to something that we already do when we meet with potential candidates? If we do an informational session?
Here or in county?
Yeah, we do.
Here. Yeah, but last time I think it was after, it was done after
The deadline?
the last day that you could,
File your papers.
apply for it.
Did you file what, in August?
Yeah,
August?
I think it's the beginning of August.
Like the first August 5th, somehow
Yeah,
it's thinking in my head, but yeah, it's that first week of August.
So, I mean, like doing it as soon as the county says, okay, we'll accept, applications or whatever.
When they open it up.
We need to publicize that we will offer this for the people that are thinking about it.
And that's
You could
kind of
do
why
that
it was
if we
important to try to get this done as quickly as possible, so that we could post it on our website and, have it available for anyone that wants to do a little bit of research. And if you're really that passionate about being on the school board, you're gonna do the research. You are gonna go online. You're gonna try to search where you can, gain as much information and background.
But the first time I did that, I was surprised that I had to swear that I would do the job if I ran. I mean, if I was elected. That's part of it.
Oh, wow.
You don't remember that?
I didn't come.
No, this was when you were filing in the forms.
Oh, over there in the county, yes, yeah, yeah. I remember this one.
Because I thought, oh, I can't back out. Okay.
Once you file your paperwork, you mean?
Show the flaws.
When you file your paperwork?
Yeah, you have to swear that you'll.
I'm just wondering if they don't end up
Yeah.
not,
I remember that.
because there's a lot going on when you're already running, so I'm curious how many people would actually show at that point. Because you have to file papers, you have to fill out, certain forms that are FPPC forms, and so you're doing a lot of.
At some point, then you want to bring it up?
Yeah,
But if you're thinking about it.
we can end on a. We watched this we did an online conference, a video conference yesterday. And it was, we had some technical glitches, and I was talking about doing the online Masters in Governance training. So I thought it'd be a humorous place to leave off for a day. If we could then end on a comic note about the frailties of video conferencing.
I can't do it, class. You
thought
can
it
talk to
could-
them, talk to them now, or what's
Somebody.
that would be, yeah, that would be good to have a master's in governance. Even if it's online, but do it with.
Together.
Yeah, together.
Together.
I do think it would be wonderful to do. It would be very. See if we can cast this up here.
If Pat's idea was to work, I think.
Thanks for being here on time.
Just want to give you a chuckle here. We get to the beginning. Yeah.
Hey, Paul. Thanks for being here on time. Paul? Hey, Paul, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes. Hey, Tyler. Sorry I'm late. Having a hard time connecting. 1 second. Paul's having a sound issue. I can't hear you. Try adjusting your output settings. Can you hear me? It's the gear icon. Tyler, are you on hotel Wi-Fi? Yeah, what?
Never mind, I got it. I just had to change a few settings.
Great. Get started then. Great.
I think your mic is fishing under your seat. My mic?
Do you have headphones?
Going to put them on.
No, I want you to smell them. No, I want you. Hey, Beth.
Hey, everyone. Sorry I'm late. I had to download a new version of the platform.
You should plan extra time for the updates. There's pretty much one every time.
Sounds like someone just joined.
Hey guys, it's John. I had to call in. I'm stuck in traffic. Have I missed anything yet?
No, it would have been nice for you to join the rest of us, but we'll see you when you get home. All right, while everyone is here, finally, Tyler, do you have that financial report?
Well, it's been the last few weeks updating our books. And that's a big news for you.
This is exactly how yesterday went.
Potential from this point last year. We had a great Q1.
We lost Tyler, I think.
Am I frozen? I think we lost Tyler.
Yeah, I know, we lost Tyler.
Hey guys, it sounded like Tyler was cutting out.
We know, John. All right, while we wait on Tyler, why don't we go over all of the reports? Beth, are you with us?
Oh, yeah.
You have too much to do.
Okay, everyone, I know some of you have to leave soon, but I just wanted to go over a couple of the areas before. Okay, excuse me. My wife's out of town this week. Daddy's, I'm so sorry. Okay, you just spilled grape juice on the carpet. Daddy's in a meeting. Tyler, can you go over the numbers one more time, please?
Beth, an adjustment. Hey, Beth?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, that's my iTunes.
Hey guys, hang on. I'm gonna join in. Hey, what platform are you guys on? Guys,
Stand by.
oh, never mind, I see it. You guys have the invite.
Okay, now I can see everybody. Let's reschedule and let's just do a regular old conference call, okay? Paul, can you have David send out the 9-digit passcode? I heard you.
And he's been here the whole time.
All right, everybody. I'll see you later. A lot of video conference calls. This one sucked, but it wouldn't have had we been using Zoom.
Zoom will host over 4 billion meeting minutes over the next year alone. And that's because it's not only easy, it replaces our need to have multiple platforms for voice,
I would run
chat,
for your league.
webinar, video. Zoom does it all. And not only can you use your computer or comments, you can do that on your mobile device. So for more information, go to zoom.us.
I'm gonna download that.
Yes, that is the truth.
It was just,
Oh, my goodness.
that is so much, so if we can get some of those bugs worked out, it's a great tool, but short of that.
We do like conference calls twice a week, there's always that something. He's like, turn off your, or put your mute on.
Yes.
And he's like, what?
We do one once a month with 25 drivers all in their trucks.
And
How can you hear?
with diesel truck.
Everybody mute, and then you have to unmute to say your name, that you're there, and then you put back, and it's just,
With the diesel truck.
Oh my God, how long did that take?
That's crazy.
stretching out, aren't you?
Yes, I'm, yes.
Yeah, okay, well, I would end with a chuckle, and so we're on for the 16th, Monday the 16th, at City Council?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, sorry.
Okay, so going back to the agenda.
Oh, yes, back to the agenda. I was kind of getting ahead of you.
Yes.
We still have 5 more agenda items, guys, come on.
At this point, then, we're not going to be ready to approve the governance handbook. So, pardon me?
Did you want to table that?
Yes. So I make a motion to table item 10B.
I move that we.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those
Third.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Then we can go down to future agenda items, Dr. McIntyre.
So, Pat would like to talk about board self-governance, but we did, or self-review, we did talk about it a bit. So I think that would be something to try to get this summer, certainly before the school year gets going.
I mean, it's like a moving target,
Yeah.
you know.
What does that mean, self-government? Like
Self-evaluation. How well are we doing as a board? Are we following all these things that we said that we would do? How we would conduct meetings, do we treat each other with respect? Do we listen to each other? Do we problem
CSBA
solve?
has a basic
There is a
one that's a
Template to use.
template. I mean, you can buy it from them and then fill it out, they'll send it back and they'll crunch the numbers and.
I think we can be more effective. We can do a better
Lisa
job.
might have one of them.
So something, we're not going to get it done today. I don't think we want to set a date. You want to wait for that?
I think once we've got this
Yeah, that
as
should come first.
foundation, and then we can develop what that evaluation will look like based on our governance handbook.
There was also something.
And incorporate it maybe even as the tool that we will use to self-evaluate it.
That Leslie recommended is establishing a governance calendar.
Yes.
So a calendar of the year and when the first interim is due, the second interim is due, when the budget is due, when the whatever.
Yeah.
Layoff.
All of our, so that we have an idea that when we can take vacation.
Exactly.
Good point.
Yeah. President really can't take any.
As long as there's internet service, you can.
Oh.
If we would consider the informational form as part of the new member, and if we would consider like Pat said, then I maybe make a recommendation that we maybe involve the elections office and maybe see if they could chime in as far as how, because I think in that sense it could probably be a partnership. Because then, the people that are going to possibly run, then they have to look at two sides of the coin. They have to look at what it takes to actually run, and then what it actually looks like once you're actually a board member, or something to that effect.
Well, the elections board already does one of what you need to do.
No, they do, but and I just know because they right now they're having one, so.
Yeah, we're gonna have one on the 14th.
So.
Yes, is it next?
This is coming up week.
Yeah.
So it's just, I think it would be a good idea. It's just a thought to see if that could be in and of itself some kind of a partnership to encourage people to really know what to get into.
Well, I think I think they need to
Take that initiative.
back to back or belly to belly or something like that before the due date when you have an option whether you're gonna do this or not.
But even on the website, you know, you can just title it, you know, if they're thinking about running for calls or something, or information.
Oh, it's way out. It's not-
We need to get it to the newspaper.
Yeah, we did invite them.
Put on that.
We invited them.
Okay.
Okay, and then the other thing is,
So,
What's Benita link?
Benita Link and the freelance are two separate.
yeah,
Benita Link and the freelance are two separate.
what you got? I was just gonna remind everybody that we're on for a joint board meeting on Monday evening at 5, special meeting at the city council chambers. The city council, what time is it? 5 to 6.
Just before you go to work.
No, I'll probably come home, finish at work, come home, go to it, and go back to work.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it up to 65 steps, so I might need somebody to open the side door.
Okay.
And move the ramp.
Yeah, we'll get you.
That was really done before you told me.
Well,
Long time
it made
ago.
a lot of sense, I guess.
Couple hundred.
Where to go? Pretty old.
Yeah, it was prior to ADA,
Yeah.
so.
5 o'clock.
Okay, 5 o'clock. I'll finalize, it'll probably be just 1 or 2 agenda items, I think largely very general.
For
About
the,
shared,
for the.
yeah, the joint, just kind of, I think it's probably more, hello, this is who we are, these are our interests kind of thing. And the same for them. So, 1 hour, I mean,
Yeah, that's all we
We
have.
don't have to stay for their meeting?
Unless you want to.
we'll do it by video conference.
Okay, last item. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Well, that was a full day.
That was a full day, and I still got a full day ahead of me.
Yeah.
16.
Oh my gosh, this was
Awesome.
a
I love
great
doing this stuff.
opportunity for meetings. Goodness, what a gift.
Yeah, you bet.
What a gift,
Good chance to
yeah.
get to know everybody on a working relationship.
Right, right, and now I know this.
Yes, do you know this?
You got a little bit better sense of all of us.
Yes, I did. Good. You got a better sense of me.
You say that.
Today we got to be relaxed and have fun.
Yes, yes,
All right.
for sure.
Everybody saw the June 1st retirement dinner at
Yes.
Running Rooster?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
You gonna be there?
Yeah, I have to go say something about Karen Lopes' retirement.
Karen,
Say something about you.
Karen and Kathy. Kathy won't be there. Kathy's last day is the 24th, and she's
She's not coming?
going to be